Hello, everybody. Pop culture curator here. It's so good to see you. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're all staying warm. I know it's going to be a long, cold winter. We're going to batten down the hatches and try to do the best we can. Try to get that heater, stoke that fireplace, whatever you got to do. Hopefully, there's nobody out there listening that's living in their car. I know there's some people that aren't quite as fortunate, they don't have a place to stay, but I hope everybody has a roof over their head. And first, I wanted to say hello to my fellow panelists. PvP, how are you doing tonight? Are you there? PvP, hello. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, now I hear you.
Oh crap! I had my mute button on. I forgot to take it
No
off.
problem. No problem. Can you hear me okay?
You sound great. You sound absolutely fine, Pop. So yep, no worries there.
Okay, I had to kind of work with my settings. I wasn't sure about the volume on my mic.
It seems to be good. At least on my end, it sounds fine. Boy, I'll tell you though, I got to get a. I'm going to wait about 2 weeks till I get another paycheck in the bank. But man, I got to get a new set of headphones because I think I mentioned previously earlier in the week that one side of them, the plastic completely snapped apart and broke.
Yeah,
So
I
I got
remember
it.
you said you were using tape to keep them
I
together.
got it taped up with packing tape. Yeah, keeping the damn thing together. And the cable has been shorting out probably for about 6 months now. And usually I can adjust it so I can hear everybody in both ears, but it's become a real pain in the butt too. So I got to get a decent headset. I was looking online earlier today, actually, at the local stores, and it's so frustrating, because you go on to Best Buy or Walmart, and it's like online only, online only, online only. It's like
Yeah, that's why they're going out of business.
yeah, I don't want to get it online. I want to go see it in person, pick it up, feel how heavy it is, see what the quality of the cable, because they don't even show you like the
Well,
cable, the
yeah, but they
dimensions,
won't
right?
let you take it out of the box until you pay for it.
Well, usually in the store though, they have a display model, so you can kind of get a general idea.
It depends. Like if they've got 20 different kinds of headphones, I don't know if they're going to have them all on display.
Best Buy's usually pretty good at that, I've noticed, but I want to get I don't care if I have to pay a bit more. I've been looking. I mean, you said you got Sony's for like 30 bucks
20
US, like
something. No, 20 bucks, 20
that's
something.
real. Man, that's so good. I don't think I could ever get Sony's for that price up here, in the in
Well,
Canada.
plus if you pay retail at a brick and mortar store, you're going to obviously pay a lot more.
Yeah, I guess I could probably buy some on eBay or something, but then I'd be waiting like 3 weeks to get the damn thing shipped. That's the only problem. But
Well,
I guess
I got mine on Amazon.
okay. I find Amazon's often quite high price though compared to eBay. At least
Oh,
that's
it's
my experience.
possible. Well, with eBay, it depends on the shipping. Sometimes it's free, sometimes it isn't. Then, like you said, you're going to wait for it.
Well, the thing is, I've been, a seller on and off on eBay for about 16 years now, Pop, because I used to actually sell quite a bit on there. And in recent years, I kind of got out of the habit, so I haven't sold a whole hell of a lot in the last couple of years. A few CDs, DVDs, whatever. But it all depends on the quality of the seller. Like you really have to look at the feedback they've been getting from customers because sometimes you can you see you see something listed and it looks good, and then you check the person's feedback ratings from the buyers, right? And the buyers are like, this guy took 6 months to ship it. This guy,
Oh,
ripped me
yeah.
off. This guy, blah blah blah. You can get a lot of really bad feedback about a seller. So those are the ones, of course, you want to avoid, right? So you got to do a little bit of research, just to be careful, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, that's why, honestly, I only use eBay as a last resort.
eBay's generally good though. I mean, I've
Not
only
the
had
eBay. Nope, I'm saying because of the sellers, because of the unpredictability.
well, the thing is, I'd say probably 98% of the sellers on eBay are actually they're very conscientious and very honest, good people, in my experience. I mean, I've only been ripped off in 16 years, maybe twice on stuff I bought. They didn't ship it, or they just took my money and ran, kind of thing. But I found it a very rare experience personally.
Well,
Of
I
course,
don't
other
mind.
people, you know.
Yeah, I've ordered from eBay before, and I've had a couple of bad experiences.
Hmm.
Okay, like if I buy a set of headphones right now, if they're free shipping, sure, I'll look at the free shipping and I'll see how long it takes to get it. But sometimes, for example, they'll charge like $10 for shipping, and it only actually costs them $5 to ship it. That's one problem with eBay is they like to profit from the shipping sometimes.
Well, don't forget though, eBay does charge a fee. If I sell anything on eBay, Pop, I get charged a fee not only on the item itself, but also on the shipping cost. eBay will take a cut off of your
Right,
shipping. So I'm
right.
paying like X number of dollars for shipping, and eBay's taking like a 15% cut off the top,
Well,
right?
don't
So it's like,
well
thanks eBay.
don't you raise the price to compensate?
But if you raise the price, the fees are only going to go up too.
Yeah, but
Well, the thing is, the trouble is you've got to be competitive, right? And if you raise your shipping too high, you're not going to get the business, right? The buyers are going to go to somebody that has like, you know, cheap shipping or free shipping, even. So
right.
I always try and put the shipping fees that are like the going rate, so to speak, kind of around the average of what other sellers are charging, because that's
Uh-huh.
when the shipping isn't going to impact your business, right?
Well, there's also Craigslist. I don't know if you want to trust that.
Well, Craigslist, I don't think that's got a huge reputation. I doubt there's a lot of business on there, really. What was the one though? There's another one. God, I can't remember the name here. It's like Craigslist, but it's like local. It's like buy and sell. It's like a local thing, and there's a lot of free stuff in there. I
I
actually
don't
haven't
know.
looked at that in so long. I can't remember the damn name of it now, but oh well.
It's too bad you couldn't get out to yard sales. My mother used to go to those all the time.
Yeah, I should have gone to them this summer, but I don't know. Somehow I just get so scatterbrained sometimes. I just
Well,
forget.
yeah, but if you're looking for a specific item, you're gonna be driving around forever until somebody's actually has what you're looking for.
Well, the trouble too is, the city I'm in is it's large enough where you could drive, for half an hour to go from one sale to the next, right? Because they're scattered all over the bloody place. And when you factor in the cost of gasoline these days, and then you go there and all they got is like, plates and cups and
Garbage, old clothes.
garbage. Yeah, exactly. And you're like, oh, what's this shit? It's like, wow, I
Well,
drove like 20 minutes for this, So,
I,
yeah,
if I remember right, what my mom used to do is she would buy the local newspaper, and then she would go by the ads and kind of map out everything.
we do have that online now. I mean, the newspapers are pretty well extinct, right, as far as that, but
Yeah.
we
Well,
have an,
she died over 20 years ago, so yeah, that
oh,
makes
okay.
sense.
But yeah, it's like we do have an online kind of like a virtual newspaper where there's actually you can go on it and just see the yard sales for the week,
Yeah.
which is really awesome because I'll just go and I'll just I'll just put up write down the addresses and where they're located, and they'll generally have some kind of description of the items they're selling, right? It's like
But
kind
yeah,
of.
you got to get there early, or the good stuff goes. And
Well, yeah, that's the problem.
sometimes dealers swoop in and buy everything.
Well, the problem is, you know, often I'll see in these ads, no early birds, right? No early birds. And of course, they could put no early birds in their ad until, they turn blue. But there's some asshole dealer that's going to get there an hour before the sale is supposed to
Yes,
start, and he's going to snap it all up, right? So it's like, fuck, what do you do?
exactly.
Frustrating. But I don't like to crash, people early. If they say no early birds, I kind of want like to respect people. Like I might show up maybe 15 minutes earlier, but
Yeah,
I don't want to piss people off, right? you
I
know,
don't blame you. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say hello to the chat. Hopefully, my voice will get stronger as
you don't sound too bad.
sorry, as the stream goes.
Did you have your therapy something today? You were busy or yesterday?
Yesterday was physical therapy. Today is
Hmm.
Sat. Excuse me. Today's Saturday, so I went to the store, got a few things, came home, put that stuff away. I don't know. I've been having a cough lately, more than usual,
Uh-oh.
and I don't know.
You think that had something to do with the condition of your lungs, perhaps? Possibly?
Well, my stupid doctor keeps saying I'm getting better, but I
Hmm.
would I disagree unless it's something else. Like if I have a cold,
Could be.
the way I feel, honestly, and I would know because I've had it 3 times. But
Hmm.
I feel like I have pneumonia.
That's not good. Holy shit. I mean, if
No,
you
it's
got
not
pneumonia, you need to get some antibiotics or something.
right,
Like,
but it's because I have the continuous cough and I there's no strength whatsoever.
that does seem a bit strange, actually. Uh,
I don't think I
Gosh,
have a temperature though, so that's good.
that's good. Well, when I
Yeah.
was on when I was on Jill's Friday morning stream yesterday, she was doing her 600 sub celebration thing, and she mentioned she's been really sick the last few days too with a really bad cold. So, of
Uh,
course, she was still her chipper usual self in spite of that.
yeah. Well,
But you know,
I give her credit for having the stream despite not feeling well.
well, yeah, the thing was we were supposed to do a review of Buckaroo Banzai, the movie, but
Uh-huh.
Jill said she just wasn't well enough to actually go to the effort of getting all of her notes prepared for a
And the
film.
slides and all that. Yeah.
And the slides. That's exactly what she said, Pop. So she said, "Let's just have a shore leave and have fun and celebrate 600 subs." I was like, "Yeah, that's good." Boy,
Cool.
she got a big panel too. I think there was like 8 or 9 or 10 of us at some points.
Well, cool. Hopefully, Melted Copper and John Gill behave themselves.
They weren't there.
Well, good. Well,
Jill actually sent out invitations individually to each of us in the direct messages.
good.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
mean,
she
no
wasn't.
offense, but
She was.
they're two live wires. I don't know if you can trust them.
She wasn't taking any chances. I got the feeling.
Yeah, it's getting to where we have to be very careful on who we send those invites out to.
It's kind of sad, actually, isn't it?
It is, but you know what? For me, the one upside is I'm getting better at not tolerating and bumping them off faster. Before I wasn't that good because I had never done that before, but now it's getting to where I'm getting better at like when people talk over each other or when they argue, when they interrupt. I just don't allow it anymore. Obviously, I won't let anybody do it.
Yeah,
And,
when I eventually start streaming, I'm going to be ruthless. I got a feeling. I mean, I'm a pretty nice guy, right? I'm pretty easygoing, and I'm pretty easy to get along with. I think for most people,
right.
but if I was doing a live stream and some jackass came on and started being rude or racist or sexist or whatever, basically started like being an asshole, I'd
Yeah,
have no problem with booting his ass in like a minute or two.
exactly.
You know?
That's why I was so glad last week when was it Lost in Space when Melted Copper was saying that stuff. I was so
Oh
happy when
man.
the wrenches went in there and bumped him for me.
I was like going to boot him too, but then it was what there was like Jill and a couple other people, Gorilla.
Yeah,
There's
God
like
bless
three of them.
him.
They booted him off real quick. So I was like, I remember I asked, "Do you want me to be the fourth one?" And Jill's like, "No, no, 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 no."
Well, hopefully they got the hint.
I think he did because well, get this. You know where he went after he got booted on Lost off of Lost in Space
Where
to a certain captain's stream.
oh well, that's interesting combination. I wonder if Captain will end up because of the way he interrupts, Captain won't put up with that.
Well, he was only in the chat, I think, but I
Okay,
remember I looked at Captain's stream a little bit, like not that I would want to actually look at it because I don't enjoy his channel anymore. But Copper was going, "Oh, my new favorite stream," blah 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 blah. And it's like, oh great, he's sucking up to the captain now. Oh well.
temporarily you had yeah, but even I think he's going to end up pissing Captain off because he doesn't seem to be able to control himself.
Yeah. Well,
And
it's like when.
Captain doesn't like to be interrupted.
Well, that's for sure. That's very true.
Yeah,
Captain likes to hear his own voice, to put it politely.
I don't blame him though. I wouldn't want anybody to keep talking over me if I was the host.
Actually, yeah, that was a problem on Joe's stream yesterday. I don't want to go into details on a live stream here because I don't, I don't want to piss Jill off if she
Yeah.
rewatches this. But I will actually, maybe after the stream ends, I may mention it to you backstage before we go. But there was a little bit of problem with that yesterday. Well, once you get like 10 people on the panel, it's bound to happen, right? But
Yeah.
there were a couple of times when a few other people, not myself at first, it went on for like an hour with somebody talking over, interrupting, not letting people finish their thoughts when they were halfway through a sentence. And this went on for like an hour, and there were a couple of other panel members that complained about
Oh.
it directly to this person, right? And they were like,
Right.
even there was one of the new guys. I think I've only seen him once or twice on a panel before, so I can't even remember his YouTube name that he was using. But he actually directly said to this person something along the lines, "Would you please shut up?" It was like it was that direct, right?
Oh.
It got that
That's too
bad.
bad.
Yeah.
That's too bad it came to that. Hello, Gorilla.
All right, quit talking about me. I'm finally here.
We were saying very nasty things behind your back, too, Gorilla.
Hey, just remember, I got ears everywhere there, PvP.
You got your you got your spies up here in Canada too, do you?
Hey, just remember, I have your neighbor's phone number. You might have a special brown bag outside your door there in the morning.
Right.
Oh,
On
jeez.
fire, right. Good to see you, Gorilla. I see you got the kids tonight.
I got one of them.
Okay, was that your
Okay.
kid? Was that your kiddo you put on Twitter earlier this afternoon?
Yeah, but that's nothing that's going on YouTube. That's just a exclusive. It's just a exclusive short just for our group.
That was fun.
No, yeah, that's cool. I like that. It was funny.
It
Yeah.
was very very cute. That's your daughter that's always talking in the background. I'm guessing, right? Right, girl.
Yeah. And
No,
hey
does
there,
that-
Stoner Racket.
Hello,
Jesus.
Stone Racket. Welcome. How you doing?
Hey, Stone
Oh,
Racket.
not too bad. It's great to join you fellows, and I was
It's my
hoping
pleasure.
you'd have a rumblings from the lab, because I'd like to join in on the conversation, especially since it's number 40. I like even numbers.
Okay.
Okay.
And I still remember when I did the first one. I guess what I need to do is say hello to the panel. To the chat. Hello, Lemon Pie. How are you doing, Lemon Pie? I hope you're doing well. Lemon Pie says, howdy poo. And PvP says, hey, Lemon. PvP says, LOL, Lemon, funny misspelling.
That was funny. I know he meant pop, but he said howdy poo. I thought that's pretty good.
Just got my second Power Pop playlist done and made it public about an hour ago. Very cool.
Yeah, it's actually a good one too. I worked my butt off for like 2 weeks, kind of. Well, the easy part is selecting the songs. The hard part is getting them in a proper order that flows along. Right, that's what takes hours.
No, that spelling mistake will never beat the one I had there when I was having the open panel on. And I told you guys I was having an open panel, but I spelt it wrong and I forgot the P. So apparently I was having an open anal.
I do remember that. That was hilarious. Yes,
That's not hilarious. That's most shocking.
it's funny. Oh, it was so good. Gorilla, man.
Is that a
Well,
poke at me there, Stoner Racket?
Lemon Pie did correct the spelling. It says howdy pop and hey PvP. Hey Lemon Pie, are you ready to rumble? Says PvP. Always PvP, LOL. And Lemon Pie says, will you be thrusting yourself upon the panel, PvP? And PvP, can you read this for us?
Sadly, Lemon is the only thrusting this bachelor gets to do. Just saying. Just being truthful there.
Don't need to say my own stuff. Hey, Pop says PvP, hello.
Yeah.
And Gorilla says, get a cranky kid. Got a cranky kid at the moment. I was going to say, Gorilla, since she was taking a nap earlier, does that mean she'll be up all night?
Well, you took a late nap.
Yeah, I know.
I
So
just
she's
want to
gonna be
say though, I thought that video was pretty adorable, actually, Gorilla. You got a really sweet little kid there. She's really, really cutie. She's a cutie. You should be happy to be a dad. You know, like, damn, I wish I had been a dad and had kids.
No, but
You
I
know,
just think it's funny. I've been fighting with her for like 2 hours to go take a nap till finally I said fuck it, and then I go put Cocoa Melon on, and she falls asleep right on the bed.
that's always the way, isn't it? It's like I could wake up 2 hours before I have to get up to begin working. You know, my work week, and I can't fall asleep at all for like 2 hours, right? Because I wake up early. But then if I, lie down, say during my lunch break and set my alarm to wake me up in like 20 minutes, of course, I'll instantly completely doze off. It's like, go figure, right?
No, you doze off a couple minutes before your alarm goes off.
That's my luck.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird trying to get the old sleep patterns at times.
Since I've been retired, my sleep patterns have been rather erratic.
Mm.
I do enjoy those power naps. I had one this afternoon, so I'll be up all night.
Sometimes a power nap can actually really help a lot, I found, actually.
That's my problem is I'll take a nap during the day and then I have trouble sleeping at night.
Mm.
PvP slipped in onto panel like on a banana peel. Oh, whoa, 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 says Lemon Pie. Hello, Do the Evolution. How are you doing there? Hope you're doing good. What's the conversation today? We haven't really decided yet. We're still saying hello to everybody, I guess,
It's
and getting
generally
caught up.
rumblings
Power
are
naps.
rumblings are
Power
generally
naps.
open topics, so we can kind of go all over the map, really.
I do want to say, Gorilla, you're lucky because your son's a little older than your daughter, and that way you've got a older brother that can take care of his sister.
Yeah.
So
Wait,
that
I missed
worked out just right.
for a second. I was looking at. I was seeing when my copyright thing finally came through. What am I lucky for?
Because you got your son's older than your daughter. That way you've got an older brother that they can take care of his sister.
Oh yeah.
Gorilla says they will take it out of a box at the store. Probably talking about the headphones.
No, if you go to the store and you ask them, you see headphones you might want to purchase, you just go up to the store employee, ask them, hey, can I get a better look at these? And they'll take them out. They'll put the box right there in front of you for you.
Yeah, well, some stores have display models right on the shelf, right?
Yeah.
Set up so you can actually check them out. But I just find I gotta buy a better pair because this pair was like cheap enough. It wasn't that expensive, and it's lasted me probably for a couple years now. But it's like, damn, I don't want to buy another headset with one of these crappy thin little cords that gets all twisted, and then after a year it starts to short out because you got to untwist it all the time. So I want something with a heavy duty cable cord, something well made, something over the
Oh.
ears because these are on the ears, which are fine, but they do get uncomfortable at times. So I want a good big over the ears kind of headset. So I'm going to be a little more picky when I'm shopping over the next couple of weeks.
Best person to talk to then would be LDG probably.
Okay.
And I
That's
know
an idea.
if you want to save money, maybe consider Walmart. Obviously they won't let you take it out of the box, but they're cheap.
Yeah, they
I'm
do.
going to that's one of the stores on my list to go and check out next weekend. The only trouble with Walmart is though, you go on their website and it's like online only, online only, online only. I'm like, do you guys even have a reason to have a store open anymore? Because
Well, it's
90% of your
because
stock is online.
right, it's because they only have limited shelf space in the actual store.
Nah, it's a pretty big store, but I can remember when they used to have like tons of stuff in the store, and like they used to have, for example, Pop, my local Walmart used to have a huge furniture section. They had tables, they had chairs, they had desks, they had this, that, and the other. It was all furniture, right? For like about 4 or 5 aisles, lots of furniture. And then about 4 years ago, they shut it all down. They cleaned it all out. Now you couldn't even buy like a lamp if your life depended on it. Probably now, right, Pops? That's like,
Probably people weren't buying them, and obviously they're going to stock what people buy.
well, I bought a lot of stuff there. It's like I'm sure they must have sold stuff, but
Well,
How's it going?
I like dill pickles, but they don't have a good selection.
No, the thing is though, if you don't have it on the shelf, people aren't going to be able to buy it anyway. And I ain't ordering. Let's put it this way. I'm not going to order a damn chair online until I can sit in the damn thing and determine if it feels comfortable on my butt,
Right,
right? I ain't going to like shoes. I would never buy a pair of shoes online because the only way I can tell if I like a pair of shoes is if I slip them on my feet and they feel comfy, right? Other than
right.
that, I ain't
But
going to
if you
buy them.
want like office chair, if you want them on display, you're gonna pay for it because you go to a place that is more expensive, like Office Depot or whatever those are called.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, actually, I went to oh God, what's it? It's Staples. It's the big office store here in Canada. I don't know if
Uh
you guys
huh.
have them down there.
Yeah, we
And
do.
I bought my last chair there about 3 or 4 years ago, and it was a great chair for a number of years. But then the damn thing just started to disintegrate and fall apart. And I paid like I think over $300 for the damn thing too.
Jeez.
Well, the thing is, I had to get a chair that was solid enough because I'm a fairly heavy person, right? So
So
I
do
had
they
to get.
have where you can pay a little extra for an extended warranty?
Yes, I actually got the warranty, but the trouble is it was only for 2 years, and the chair didn't start falling apart until about 3 or 4 years. So
Okay.
I was
But
Yeah.
of
kind of shit
course,
out of. I was shit out of luck, right? It was a good chair while it lasted, but I think next time I buy an office chair, which I don't have to right now because my boss was nice enough to give me the chair I'm currently sitting in right now for no cost. Since we when she moved us all in August to work at home, she did provide me with a chair, which was very nice of her. And it's a decent chair. Sometimes it's a pain. Sometimes the thing with office chairs, they like to slide down and collapse, and you gotta sort of jack the damn things up again,
Yeah.
and that can be a pain some days. But generally, I'd say 80% of the time this chair is pretty good. But to actually go and buy an office chair, I would probably actually go to one of those office retail stores, and I wouldn't be surprised if I end up paying like $400 to get something of quality, right? Because
Yeah, it seems like these days everything's made out of damn plastic and I'm sick of it.
well, you got two choices, right? You go for the bargains and you get something that is a bargain and it's maybe not that good, or you pay through the nose and do your
Right.
research, your homework, and really really scour, be very precise in what you want, and you might actually pay the money. You pay through the nose, but you might get something that's actually worth the money. So,
Yeah. Jap says, "Hey Pops, PvP Gorilla, Lemon Pie, hello all.
hello,
Hello
Gap.
Gap. Good to see you, Gap. Hope you're staying warm." Lemon Pie says, "He was gossiping about your shoes, Evo."
I need to get
And
some new
Do
shoes.
the Evolution says, $20 for a headset. What are your expectations, PvP?
Oh, I don't expect in Canada to buy a headset for $20. There's no effing way. At least with a microphone, there's no way. I was looking on.
Not in a brick and mortar store. Hold on, let me get caught up on the chat. I'm way behind.
Sure.
Excuse me. Do the Evolution says hi everyone. Well, hello. Lemon Pie says hey Gap, hey, Evo, Gorilla, and hello Hakame. Good to see you.
Yeah, how come?
Hakame says hello everyone. Lemon Pie says Hakame, and he's waving. Do the Evolution says Lemon Pie. Hi there, man. How's life? And hello, Dead Man Walking. Hello, hello.
Hey,
Howdy,
Dad,
Pop
man.
Culture Curator.
Hey,
Good to
are you
see
talking
you,
about
Dead Man Walking.
Are you talking about Hakeem?
Yeah. Is it
You
Hakeem or
said Hakame.
Hakame?
Hakeem.
Heck of me.
It's Hakeem.
Okay, Hakeem. Sorry about that. I didn't
I'm
mean
not
to
sure how it's
mispronounce.
pronounced. I have trouble with names at times.
Yeah, and I haven't seen that word before. I apologize. It was nothing intentional, Hakeem.
Yeah.
So it's Hakeem. Okay, I got it now.
Dead Man Walking. Hello, IPVP, Lemon Pie, and Hakeem. Hakeem says, I had my eBay account hacked and someone was selling
Ouch.
fake SD cards on their lot. eBay, LOL, I mean, on their LOL. eBay did help me get it back, though.
That's
That's
good.
good. I've been seeing a lot of people getting their YouTube channels hacked. I've got to be careful. I hope that doesn't happen to me. Dead Man says, hey, Gap After Dark. Gap After Dark says, hey, Dead Man. Hakeem. Do the Evolution says, Pop Culture Curator. What are your expectations on headphones? And would you pay $20 for headphones? I paid 20. I'm gonna look up. I ordered mine on Amazon, but like 22, $23, I think. And they're still working. It was like, I don't know, 2 years ago. But the ear pads that that cover your ear, they're starting to fray and degrade a little bit, but they're still comfortable. And I'll probably use them until they fall apart.
So they're
Hey,
like,
Glenn.
are they like foam rubber ear pads, Pop?
Yeah,
Yeah. I know those can start to deteriorate after a certain amount of time. Yeah.
yeah.
You
The
want to
kings.
know how
Go
you want
ahead.
to know you want to know how much I paid for my Corsair Virtuoso headset?
How much is that?
Nothing.
Well, that's even better.
Yeah, it was a gift from my best friend for my birthday this last October, and that's the
Nice.
headset I've been using ever since. And
Wow.
I asked him. We were out to lunch, and I asked him what you would recommend for a headset with that has a decent mic, and he goes, "Well, I'll get back to you on that." And then it was a couple days later, and I sent him an email, and I said, "Do you have any recommendations?" And he says, "I have something better than that." He says, "Expect a package from Amazon tomorrow."
Nice.
Nice.
And then he goes, "Happy birthday."
Oh,
That's
I'm not.
cool.
So I thought that
Yeah,
was way cool. And
it
Wow.
is. It sounds like a
yeah,
good friend.
yeah, we exchange gifts on our birthdays and at Christmas time.
Nice.
It's
And
nice.
I always make sure I get something for him, and then something for his wife and his son, kind of a combination family gift,
Yeah.
Mm.
that kind of thing. And what I got them this past Christmas was I got them the box set of Leave It to Beaver on Blu-ray as a family gift, and you can't get any better than that for a family gift, I guess.
I
Well,
agree.
it's a family show, so that totally makes sense.
I love that show.
It's a great show. It really
Yeah,
is. Yeah.
it was a family favorite when I was growing up. I only remember the final season when it was brand new, but they quickly put it into syndication, and they were running it in the afternoons. So I got caught up on all the episodes there,
How many?
even before I started school in '65. So
How
They
many
had a lot of.
seasons?
Didn't they have a lot of seasons of that show though? Was it
they
like
had,
maybe
yeah, it was 6
8 or
years.
9? 6 years. Okay, I thought
Yeah,
it
it
was a
ran
lot.
from 57 to 63. And then, of course, what was the show that the producers of Leave It to Beaver, what was the show that followed that series that they did?
You
It
mean
was,
after it went off the air? What show did they work on after that?
Gosh,
yeah, I'm sure you know Pops, but I was wondering if PvP knew.
I'm drawing the blank actually.
Yeah, it was
Gosh,
the Munsters.
really? The same
Yeah,
people?
Bob
Well,
Bob
that
Bob Marsh Bob Mosher and Joe Conley produced Leave It to Beaver, and they also produced the Munsters.
I have to say, Leave It to Beaver and the Munsters do not automatically go together in my brain cells. I gotta admit, that's like a big leap, right? From it's sort of like
Right.
a family comedy drama to total, fantasy, basically, right? So
Yeah,
I thought
but
I
good
thought it was.
natured though.
I
Yeah,
love,
I thought the Monsters was extremely underrated,
I
and it's
love the
sad.
Munsters.
Yeah, it's sad that it only lasted 2 seasons.
Yeah,
I
it both that and the Adams Family
Yep.
they both started the same,
S-
the fall
Uh-huh.
season, and they both lasted exactly 2 years, and like,
Exactly.
is it a conspiracy? What the heck's going on here? But
I know,
maybe
right?
there just wasn't a big appetite for monster families or something.
I guess, yeah.
Well, you know what? The difference between now and then was they had to really, really compete, and they cared about ratings, and they made sure that the episodes were good right from the very beginning. Now you hear people say, "Well, in the third season, it gets better." It's like,
Yeah.
no, no, right?
No, no, I
Yeah,
totally agree. They had their you know what together when they were making those classic
yeah. They
shows.
didn't have time to screw around, or they get
Right.
canceled. Right?
Well, yeah, they
Yeah.
get canceled, and like even like after one season for sure back then, right? If they screw it up, so
That's
it's like
Yeah.
right.
yeah. Well,
Right.
it's
Exactly.
like one of my favorite, probably my all-time favorite show, the original Star Trek. It's like they hit the ground running, basically, right? I mean, there was a few
Yeah.
bumps along the road early on. There's a few episodes that I maybe think aren't quite, classic, fantastic, but they're still pretty darn good episodes, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the only bad
very well written.
the only bad one to season one really is alternative factor, right? Which
Well,
I think
well,
is so bad it's kind of funny.
that's a classic. I love that one.
Well,
No.
I love it because it's so bad. It's like the Spock's brain of the first season, right? And every time I see that Lazarus with that beard, it's like, oh, guys.
Well,
guys.
what is strange is the continuity involving the beard. There's one sequence. I think he's in the briefing room, or Lazarus.
Oh yeah.
Lazarus A or Lazarus B. I can't remember, but his beard is almost non-existent. It's like they ran out of hairs to glue on his chin. But the thing that fascinated me as a kid was the fact that Lazarus A and Lazarus B are locked in that magnetic corridor, if you want to call it that.
Sort of that interdimensional gap.
Yeah, that interdimensional gap. They're going to be fighting for all eternity.
That was kind of scary.
That was creepy.
Don't forget, guys. Now his
good points. Yeah.
Don't forget that beard he had was the same one that Spock had. Mirror, mirror.
Well, Spock's was darker and
slightly different color, but it was.
I found Spock's mirror beard to be superior to Lazarus.
I thought Spock's beard and mirror was really excellent. And by the way, everybody calls it a goatee, but actually the style I believe was a Van Dyke.
Van Dyke. You're right. It's where you have the mustache and the chin whiskers.
The chin
are separate.
I think
they're not joined. Is a classic Van Dyke.
Exactly. I think Spock's facial hair in Mirror is fantastic. Personally, I think it's way better than alternative factor. I mean,
speaking of the facial hair, I was on a discussion forum for a Columbo podcast years back, and two Scottish blokes by the name of Ian and Jerry ran a podcast on Columbo, and they had a discussion forum, and you can find it at columbopodcast.com. And I posted there as Largo. That was my alias. And for the episode from the revival Columbo series on ABC that starred William Shatner, it was called Butterfly and Shades of Grey, I think was the title, where he's kind of like a Rush Limbaugh radio show host.
Yeah.
And he has this pathetic, thin, caterpillar on an upper lip kind of mustache.
Oh, God.
And I posted a picture of Spock from the Mirror Universe where, and speaking of Spock, I had him say that his facial hair was obviously much superior to to the one that was displayed by William Shatner in that Columbo episode.
Well, I'm kind of partial, and I will say that I like alternative factor more than most because you get to see a lot of Vasquez rocks, and I'm a personal fan of Vasquez rocks.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, yeah, that's true. And Lazarus keeps falling down and getting injured from those rocks.
That's my favorite part is when Lazarus keeps falling off that damn cliff and screaming. I just think it's so hilarious. I laugh my butt off every time I see those scenes. And that's kind of what makes that episode watchable for me. It's just like, okay, I want to see Lazarus fall off the damn cliff again,
I remember the actor was called in at the last minute. Originally, they had John Barrymore signed.
I felt bad. Actually, I felt bad. Who was the actor, by the way? I'm forgetting now.
Robert Brown.
I feel sorry for Robert Brown.
I think, isn't that right, Pops? Robert Brown, I believe.
I can't remember that.
I think that's it.
Sounds
ju-
about right.
Mhm.
You could be right.
Yeah, but
Thing is, though, you got to
the
feel bad for him, right?
yeah, he did a good job for being shoved in there at the last minute.
Well, the thing is, he did the best he could with a pretty mediocre. I'm being generous. A pretty
Yeah,
mediocre script, right? Because
it
let's
was a
face,
compromise script.
and
Uh,
the direction didn't help either. Because
mhm.
let's face it, a lot of the camera tricks in that episode were like so old school. They were probably out of date, like in the 40s or something. So, I mean,
Yeah,
seriously, there's a
yeah.
lot of flaws with that episode. As much as I wanted to love it, it was pretty weak. I mean, compared to the rest of season one, it's like, of course, it's gonna not look
Yeah,
good.
the script was compromised because the original plan was to have John Barrymore Jr. As the lead, and he was supposed to have a relationship with that crew woman who was in charge of the dilithium crystals.
No,
And because they, it's like, well, wait a minute, she's black, and we can't have that. And I think that's why John Barrymore bailed. He
really?
because now I can't swear to that, but that's my theory after reading These Are the Voyages by Mark Cushman on that particular episode, because
Interesting.
I think when he saw that they had jettisoned that out of the script, I think that's
Hmm.
probably why he bailed. And
I've always just heard he was just, like he was like, such a drunk at that point.
well,
He
well,
couldn't function, right?
well, not for that particular episode. He just did not show up,
Mm.
and Roddenberry and company actually filed a complaint with the Screen Actors Guild, and
Wow.
Barrymore was kind of put on a, I don't know if you really could say a blacklist, but he was fined, and
Penalized.
he didn't get work for a while because of that, because he I don't know if it was actually a contract kind of thing.
Well, he would have
Uh,
signed a contract, I'm
I
pretty
believe
sure, right?
so. Yeah, I'll have to reread that. I'm just going by memory, so I'm sorry I don't have notes in
No, no,
front of me
no.
or anything.
That's fine. I mean, none of us have perfect memories. I do think I read somewhere that I think he was unemployable for like maybe 6 months after that, something
At
like that.
least, yeah.
Yeah.
And I wish I would have read that book. I like Mark Cushman's books on Lost in Space. So
Yeah,
I'm sure the Star Trek ones had to be really good.
I was going to say, Pops, that you don't mind me if I call you Pops. Is
Oh,
that
no,
okay?
that's
Or
fine. Yeah, I don't
Pop
see.
or Pops? Which do you prefer?
We,
It's
we
all
all
good. It's all
we
good.
all we all call him Pop, so it's all good.
Okay. I just last week I received those books from Amazon, volumes 1, 2, and 3 for Lost in Space,
Oh, very
and
cool.
I'm plowing through volume 1, but I'm appalled at the factual errors that I keep running into.
Oh,
He just in just in the opening of the book, he talks about all the shows that you could watch in the fall of 1965, and he says, we could watch Dark Shadows and we could watch The Avengers. And it's like, no, Dark Shadows didn't start until June of 66. And The Avengers was a mid season replacement on ABC starting in March of 66.
maybe he was
And
referencing though that the Avengers did start in 1961 or whatever in the UK,
no,
perhaps.
he's talking about what was available on American television
Oh,
in the fall of 65 when Lost in Space premiered.
so basically North American television, because
Right,
we get
North
those
American
shows here too.
television.
Yeah.
And then he attributes a quote
Mm.
to Spock that actually is from Kirk from this episode Shore Leave, where the more sophisticated mind needs the simplicity of play, and
Right.
he attributes that to Spock. And it's like, no, Kirk says that.
That was a Kirk line. Yeah, I remember. I love
Yeah.
Shore Leave, so that's why I remember. Yeah,
And then in
that
his
was a Kirk line.
Star Trek book, in one of the recent chapters I've been reading from the third season volume, he calls the Lost in Space episode "My Friend Mr. Nobody." He calls it "My Name is Mr. Nobody."
Oh, good
And
Lord.
I'm like, come on,
Isn't that,
dude.
isn't that a Western movie?
My Name Is Nobody is an Italian Western starring Terrence Hill and
Terrence,
Yeah,
Henry Fonda, which is
yeah.
a lot of fun. It's one of my
That's,
favorites.
well, I hear it's a good movie. I've never seen it, but
there was a
it's kind of a,
trilogy.
that's a big mix up though, really. I mean, come on. Like, My Friend Mr. Nobody is possibly my favorite episode of the entire series of Lost in Space because me and Pop and Gorilla and Jill do our Monday night Lost in Space streams every week, right? And
Right.
I've I've mentioned many times that I'm a huge Penny fan. She's one of my favorite characters in the show because she's just so intelligent and thoughtful, and she's just a really sweet character. So I was,
Yeah.
well, thing was, I was a little, she was like 4 or 5 years older than me back then when I watched the show in the '60s.
Right.
So I was kind of always had a huge crush on Penny because
Yeah.
but
You're
but
you you're preaching to the choir here. I also had a huge crush on Angela Cartwright, and what was interesting was when that show started, I just started school in kindergarten, and
okay,
then when I arrived in the first grade, that's when I had my first girlfriend, and guess what her name was? Angela.
wow, that's pretty
So yeah,
cool.
I had a huge crush on Angela Cartwright, and before that, it was Mia Farrow from Peyton Place.
Oh, okay.
She played uh, Allison McKenzie, and then Angela Cartwright, and then of course when the Avengers started, I left those two behind and had a huge crush on Diana Rigg.
Oh yeah, I can
Naturally,
remember when we got Avengers. I guess it was probably what mid to late '60s here in Canada. They would show it every Friday at 10 o'clock, which was perfect because I'd be out running around, playing with my friends after school. And of course, right in the summer, it would start to get dark just around 9:30 or whatever. So it's like, oh, it's time to run home and watch the Avengers. And of course, I was hugely, madly in love with Emma Peel. It's like, wow, what a perfect woman. Smart,
Yeah, yeah,
funny. She can kick somebody's ass. It's like I want Emma Peel as my girlfriend.
yeah. She had a cooler car. She had a
Oh
cooler
yeah.
car than Steed. She was a crack shot, and she could throw men over her shoulder. She was awesome.
Oh, the fight scenes. The only show I think equaled the Avengers for the fight scenes would have been the original Star Trek because both shows had fantastic fight scenes.
Well, you know what my favorite series was as far as the fights and the choreography of same was the Wild Wild West.
Oh, that's a great
Though,
show too.
yeah, and Robert Conrad, of course, did his own stunts, his own fights, and
yep.
they're really well choreographed. They're very well done and
Have
quite
you seen that?
impressive.
Have you seen that episode where he swung on the chandelier
Yeah,
and
that
he
one.
fell?
Yes,
Yeah,
and
that
he
one. The stunt coordinator was off doing. He had a good gig doing uh, expensive advertisement commercial, and so he was not there. And the
oh,
stunt man that was supposed to receive the kick after Robert Conrad swung from the chandelier off of a balcony,
Yes.
his timing was off, and it was the other stuntman that screwed it up. But the second take, Robert Conrad slipped. His grip slipped off of that chandelier, and he came down and slammed his head on the concrete floor.
I remember that scene.
And it's
Oh
like,
God.
oh, they thought he was dead.
And they had that he was out for like what? How many weeks after that?
Oh,
Like they just
I don't know, a long time, but
I
that's
think it
just
was like
horrible.
6 weeks or something. He couldn't
At
do an
least,
episode because I guess they took him to the hospital immediately. But
yeah,
I gotta give
Yeah.
creds though to Robert Conrad. Like that guy had, he had balls, right? Because he was always doing his own stunts whenever
yeah.
he could. So
You know the famous uh, segment of well, I'm not phrasing that correctly, but their appearance on the Tonight Show, Ross Martin and Robert Conrad, where Carson makes the comment to Conrad about this very thing we're talking about, is doing his own stunts. And of course, what did Ross Martin say? He goes, I do my own acting.
That's
You
priceless.
know, I did like Ross Martin. It's too bad
Yeah.
that he died at a young age.
Ross
Yeah.
Martin was a great actor, but he had that heart attack right when he was like what, 50 something or
Well,
40
that's
yeah.
what happens when you're a heavy smoker. You know,
Yeah.
that's why I quit smoking over 30 years ago. It's like this is
that's
stupid.
yeah, good for you. I just wish Ross Martin had stopped smoking back in the 50s. You know,
Well,
it's
Same,
like,
yeah,
yeah,
same with Leonard
yeah.
Nimoy. I wish he would have
oh
stopped.
yes, Leonard never gave up, and
Yeah,
that's like,
Leonard was a
oh
big smoker, wasn't he? Yeah,
yeah. And Shatner gave up smoking during the production of Star Trek,
Nimoy,
and
I
that's
think
wise.
Nimoy quit in the 80s.
oh, I thought he never gave up.
I think I
But
heard that he
if
quit.
he quit in the 80s, then good for him. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because when he was diagnosed with cancer, emphysema, and all that, he said that I know I quit some time back, but it catches up to you.
Oh, that's a shame.
That's why I quit in the early 90s. I just thought, well, I'm in my early 30s. If I keep this shit up, I'm going to get emphysema and it's not going to be fun. And I went cold turkey. Like one day I finished my last cigarette and I said, I'm never buying another pack of cigarettes. And I didn't. I don't know. I wasn't physically addicted though. I was one of those very lucky people, I guess. It was more of like a mental thing, just in the habit, so to speak. But I wasn't physically addicted to the nicotine, so I just said, "Eff it, I'm just this is a waste of money. I'm going to stop this for my health," and I did, and probably the best decision I think I ever made, actually.
That's excellent. You and
Yeah.
you share something, PvP. You share something with Captain Kirk himself. William Shatner quit cold turkey, and Leonard Nimoy. I think it was during their mind meld interview, the one-on-one with Shatner and Nimoy, where Nimoy said, I admired you for just stopping cold turkey with the smoking cigarettes, but Nimoy shared a memory of Shatner just kind of standing there during a break between camera setups on the Star Trek, where he's just sitting there and he yells to the rafters, "I want a cigarette." but he gave up because his daughters
Yeah.
just did not like Daddy smelling of smoke when he came home to hug them after a hard day's work on the Star Trek set. And they
That's the
just said,
weird.
and so
That's
he
the
just
weird.
said,
I was just gonna say that's the weird thing though. When you're a smoker and you enjoy it and you smoke and smoke and smoke, and you love every cigarette you suck down into your lungs, you don't really notice how bad you smell, right? And then
Yep.
once you quit for a couple of months and you smell other smokers out in the at the grocery store or whatever, and you can walk by somebody, and it's like, oh fuck, that's horrible. What a stink, right?
yeah,
You know.
Yeah, you think of all the money they waste on perfume and cologne.
yeah,
Well, it's like I don't care how attractive a woman is. If she's a smoker, I will not. I'm not going to date her because I don't want to kiss an ashtray. Basically,
Wait.
right?
Yeah.
Hey, Pop. You know you're about an hour behind on chat.
I know. I'm trying to get caught up. Gorilla, can you help me get caught up? I've got to go grab some dog food. It just got delivered from Amazon. It's at the front door.
Yeah,
I'll be
We
right
meet.
back.
Once you get back, I gotta get this kid in the bathtub and stuff.
I'll be
Okay,
right back.
Hakeem
need-
says, "Hey."
okay,
Go
So
for
Hakeem,
it, Gorilla.
Hakeem
Master
says,
Gorilla.
"Hey, the Scurvy Damn Gap, damn it, welcome, welcome, Jim's Landscaping LLC. Welcome, welcome. Everybody saying hi here. So, Do the Evolution says Craigslist is suspect. Timu is the new face Chinese website sellers. Do not use Timu. It's just a Chinese spyware.
I ain't doing no business with China. Just just saying.
Yeah, don't use Timu. And Scurvy here says, Evo, it's been a hectic week, but I'm okay. How about you? And welcome, Pickles. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, LDG. I
All
said hi to Lemon earlier, I believe.
Yeah,
Hi, Lemon.
we can go hop in the
Hi,
shower.
Lemon.
We can go hop in the bathtub here after Pop gets back here. Do the Evolution says, good. I just chomped down a taco salad. Hell yeah. And washed it down with the soda.
Good T-Rex type food there.
Yeah. And welcome to Edge of Time. Welcome. He says, greetings from the Edge of Time. It's Dream Mill time and I'm procrastinating.
Hi, Edge.
Tickle says, hey guys. Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. Funny movie.
I'm still trying to have. I'm having a problem with the four dimensions, much less the eighth one. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
How hard is it to understand concept of time?
Well, Jill's going to do it next Friday on her Friday morning stream, and I love her stream, so I'll probably be there. But I watched the damn movie like 3 days ago because I'd never actually seen it. I'm almost ashamed to say it's a cult classic that I somehow missed, and it was really good. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I had no bloody idea what the hell is going on in that damn movie, you know? So I got to watch it at least one more time to figure it out. Well, I probably never will, but
Yeah, it's a crazy romp, but it's very enjoyable.
it's got an excellent cast too. That was what
Oh
impressed
yeah.
me the most was how fantastic and a lot of early in their careers cast, right? So it was
Exactly.
really
Before they
awesome.
broke out in their
Yeah,
respective careers.
there must have been like
And
what about 5 or 6 of them in the
yeah.
cast?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it was
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
It is a great film.
Although the there's the red electroids and the black electroid aliens, and it's not too politically correct what human form that the black electroids take. You remember what that was?
Oh gosh, I'll have to rewatch. I mean, I
They
just
they they
found the
all look
movie
like
so weird.
they all look like reggae musicians.
Oh, I remember the reggae guy. Yeah, with
Yeah, I mean
the
all
the,
and that
the guy with
and
the
of course
pink box, right?
the bad guys are the red electroid aliens and they're all from I guess from the eighth dimension. Uh,
I have no idea what the hell was going on
but
in that
yeah,
movie.
when Emilio Lizardo, Dr. Lizardo attempts his breaking into the eighth dimension, he gets possessed by one of them. Remember in the opening of the movie or the flashback, only his head goes through the wall into
Oh
the
yeah,
eighth dimension, I should say.
and there's
So
like
he,
all those weird
yeah,
aliens.
and he gets possessed by one of them. And of course,
Yeah,
all the black, or excuse me, all the red electroids aliens all have the first name of John, and
it was pretty weird. I mean, I
John,
just think I think
yeah,
the best thing about the film was it just had the balls to be so eccentrically weird and
yeah,
crazy that that's one reason I kind of love it, and probably the reason it has become a cult classic, right? Because you
yeah,
got to take a chance, and when you do something, take a chance as big as they did with Buckaroo, it's like I am impressed. Any any production that goes that far out of left field is like, yeah, I got to give you guys a bit of respect because it bombed at the box office too, right?
right.
I think it lost a ton of money.
Yeah, bankrupt the film company.
Yeah,
Yeah. Can we
it's,
get back to
Yeah, get back to the chats.
please do, Gorilla.
Sorry.
yeah? And Scurvy says taco salad sounds tasty, Evo. And Gap says interrupting is a turn off for sure. Can't hear what's going on. Oh yeah, that just makes the arguments you can't start putting bets on who's right. And Poppy back.
I am back. Yes, I am. I'm just opening the dog food.
Good.
All right, I don't know if LGG if this is urgent for LGG, but urgent. Oh, he's not saying that. But Pop, can you check Twitter, please?
I already done. Thank you.
Yeah. Do the Evolution says, the problem with people talking over each other is the fact that there's no structure in the order which people talk. Clockwise operation is needed. The host starts and stops the topic. Well, part of the problem is though like PvP and Stoner Racket here were at a conversation going, and I had nothing to input, so it wouldn't do any good to be going clockwise.
Well, the thing is, I was on.
Well, let's
I don't
not
want to
let's not
mention
talk
it.
about that subject. Let's
Yeah, I'll talk
yeah,
about
because
it after the
yeah,
stream.
because that just shows how far we are behind in the chat. So let's just continue getting caught up with the chat. Thank you. If you can help me out, Gorilla, I've got to open this package.
Okay.
Thank
And hey,
you.
Dave.
I'm listening.
Yeah, welcome, Dave C. Welcome. It's just saying it, bro. And Scurvy says, I offered milk and copper ropes encrusted with jewelry if he came back, but to no avail. And WG says he might come up soon. If I can get a link, please.
Oh, anyway, it's what do you call it? Pinned in the chat.
Yeah, it's pinned there.
But I can I'll send him a link.
It's pinned in the chat, but yeah.
Hail, everyone.
Yeah, and welcome Taylor Swift. And we are getting our usual turquoise people waving.
Mm-hmm.
And Scurvy says it's pinned. Let's see. And Hakeem here said, I ordered most of my sneakers on Amazon or Zappos because they have a good return policy.
I haven't heard of Zappos.
Dadman says, have a great stream. Need to head out. I'm sorry about that,
Have a
Dadman.
great night. I hope you're listening. I know that was a long time ago that you put that in.
Yeah,
Night, God, man.
we're down to half an hour though.
Oh God.
And Hakeem says, oh yeah, it's okay. And Do the Evolution here said he has a long string here, so he says, have you seen Rob Zombie's The Monsters? I heard it was horrible.
I heard it was shit.
One of the worst disasters of all time. Live it this way: if you went in wanting to destroy the franchise, it's worse than that.
Yeah.
Rob Zombie. I am not a fan. I don't want to set anybody if you're a fan of Rob Zombie.
I never liked.
I don't know how he has a career, right?
I never liked Rod Zombie. Like his music, I thought sucked. I just like, yeah. I'm not a fan either, Pop.
Okay. He says, I always liked Count Dracula by Thamus. Mr. Ed was a good show. I used to watch it on Nickelodeon on the Nick at Night Late Show. I've never got to watch Mr. Ed. Then Columbo.
It's about a talking horse.
Right. That's the guy that was in the time machine that we covered last time.
That was one of my favorite early shows as a kid because I love the talking horse. I mean, that was fun.
What about PvP's Avatar?
Huh? What? Who? What?
You want to watch PvP?
Huh? What?
She's pointing at your avatar going, I want to watch this.
Oh, she's a fan of my avatar. Hey.
Yeah.
Your kid's got good taste there, Gorilla.
oh yeah, she likes Queen.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. She says, Columbo, just one more thing. And Pi says, who is the fourth panelist? That'd be Stoner Racket. Barbie. Nope, we're not watching Barbie. Why? Because I'm helping Pop out right now.
Oh my.
And Scurvy here says, I love Columbo. And Taylor says, Mr. Ed was great.
I love Mr. Ed. A horse of course. I can't remember that damn song, but it was pretty good.
Then welcome Sci-Fi Sith Dan. Welcome. And Evolution says, Scurvy, I like how Columbo outsmarts the Hey, can you sit down, please? I can't see. Outsmarts the criminal element. And I I know you can't hear him. I can't see.
That's adorable.
All right. Sci-Fi says, Pop, just finished my live stream roughly 30 minutes early. Was hoping to have you on the panel for a few minutes. Ow. That's my hair.
Oh, no.
Sci-Fi
Are you getting attacked by your kid over there, Gorilla?
Yeah, she's wanting to listen too. And Scurvy says Evil was operating a bit bumbly, yes. And I am awake there, Gap. I got other things I'm dealing with at the moment. We're getting a bunch of cookies from Taylor Swift. Hey, we're catching up pretty fast here now. A lot of hellos to everybody.
Lot of hellos.
And
Yeah.
to the evolution that's sit in. Hey there, man. How are you tonight?
Okay.
And Taylor Swift says, Patty Duke, Mr. Ed, Three Sons, Dana Reed,
Yeah, there's a lot of
Robbie
good shows
Gill.
back then.
Car 54 comedy still kind of holds up.
Isn't it amazing how good 60s TV was when you think about it?
Yeah.
It's like how many fantastic shows. There were dozens and dozens and
Yep.
dozens of great
It was a
shows.
great era to grow up in.
I
Well-
was so lucky to be a kid back then. I just
Oh, yeah.
Well,
all that
and
up.
right. Another difference is, remember, guys, we only had 3 networks, so everybody was exposed to the same shows.
I
Unlike
had
now.
I had one channel here up in my little neck of the woods in Canada, Bob. One
Yeah, I
channel.
remember you said it had everything on it.
All right,
Yeah.
we got
Sorry,
three
go
more.
ahead. Go ahead,
We got-
Gorilla.
We got 4 more chats here.
Thank
Okay.
you,
Or
sir.
5 more. Taylor Swift says, I'll put Car 54 up against Lost in Space. Then Scurvy here says, 5th panelist is Mini Gorilla. No, this one's Re-Mini. Oh, the older one's Mini. And Jim said, did you know I got kicked off panel just showing my puppy?
I heard about that.
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't hear about that.
He mentioned that on Jill's stream on her celebration of 600 subscribers. I think that's where he mentioned it. That's where I heard it first.
Jim,
Oh.
Jim, you need to be careful where and when you self-promote, because usually common courtesy is you don't do it until the end of the stream. When the host says, okay, tell me about your channel, what are you doing on your channel? If you get on people's channel or their stream and you're on the chat or the panel, if you start to self-promote too early, some people don't like it because it's
It's almost like
hard to say it nicely. Yeah, it's just it's not appropriate, I guess.
Well, it's almost like spam in a way, right? Kind of thing.
Well, here's the reason why. Is because it's distracting, and there's a chance what it looks like, even though you may not be intending on it, but what it looks like, you're trying to pull people away from whatever the current stream is to go over and watch your channel instead. So honestly, just to be nice friend to friend, you should consider promoting your channel or videos or whatever at the end of the stream, and only after the host says, okay, tell me about your channel, what are you doing? And we're going to be wrapping this up soon. And that's when you can put it in the chat. Other than that, I know we also, like a lot of people like I do, we have our stream element spot, which will also promote your channel while you're in there. Because I tell people that, watch the stream element spot. If you don't see your channel in there and you want to promote it, let me know and I'll add it. But generally, it's
just polite to wait to the end, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, some people don't understand that, so it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, some people, I've seen some people get really upset when that happens.
Yeah, well, I don't worry about ever promoting my channel. It's like I'm not worried about promoting my channel. It's like, it's no big deal to me, so I don't even think about it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't do mine until the end when the host says, what are you doing on your channel?
Yeah. Hey, I gotta go. I gotta get this kid a bath, and I'm gonna see if I can get her back down. So we'll
thank you, Gorilla.
Okay,
thank you, Gorilla.
You have a good evening there, Gorilla.
Yeah, before I go, can I show one thing here from one
of
our
make sure you bookmark where you left off on the chat.
Yeah, got her. I got
there.
Her
You go.
Bookmark here.
Thank you.
Oh, I managed to get something clipped the other night that was pretty hilarious here.
Okay, go for it, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, and also, if you're leaving for the night, tell us about your channel.
Okay, wrong thing here. Here, I'll just show it real quick.
Okay.
Oh no, there's one there that I told PvP. Asked if I was clipping something. I
Etiquette.
told him I already
That's
got it
the word
clipped.
I was trying to think of. Sorry, Gorilla. Etiquette. It's proper etiquette. That's the word I was trying to think of. Go ahead, Gorilla. Sorry.
Oh,
And now I go and interrupt Gorilla, which is bad etiquette.
yeah. This is the we got talking. We ended up talking about the view there on Cringe Stock. You know, we ended up having this here on our Cringe Stock. It was freaking hilarious. You remember the view, Pop, don't you? Pop, you know the view,
Sorry.
don't you?
Sorry. Say that again. What was that?
You know the view, don't you? You remember the view, don't you?
Unfortunately, like a root canal. Yeah.
Well, you'll appreciate this. You'll appreciate this, Pain. I'd make you listen to the cackling hens on the view.
Oh my God! Now that would be too much. That would be way too much.
You'd hop on a plane and come whoop my ass, huh?
I'd
Yeah, the
probably
worst-
just stop watching after about 5
Right.
minutes.
The worst part has got to be hands down. The
I had
worst
to
one's got to
watch
be
those
Whoopi Goldberg.
witches going at each other.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Hey, they're
Yeah.
not witches.
And
'Cause
I don't need to hop a plane to kick your ass. I have an insider who can do it for me.
Cinnamon.
I was using a polite
Just
word.
don't look at your kid's bank account.
I was using the word
No.
witches to be polite. There's another.
I
letter
call them
could
cackling
use.
hens. They're cackling hens.
Yeah, that's insulting to chickens. Chickens are delicious.
Well, these chickens have a purpose because they lay eggs, right? I don't know
Well-
what the hell is the purpose of that shit.
Well, these cackling hens, they're not delicious. They're probably tuna that's been left out for 3 weeks.
Yeah, well, in some of their cases, 3 decades.
Well, then the smell would be gone by then. It'd be all dried up.
Exactly.
You might have the crusty part right.
You're not. Come on.
Oh, that's pretty much the whole thing from our cook stock there.
Well, I give you credit. You're nice. Call them cackling hands. I would call them cackling crotches.
Yeah, but did you catch the whole tuna comments they're going?
Yeah.
Oh man.
But Gorilla, tell us about your channel before you dip out.
Well, like tonight we were reviewing The Lost World, so next week will be Return to the Lost World. It's actually a pretty decent film. You can tell it's real low budget because they only did the heads of the dinosaurs and stuff like that. But tomorrow we are watching Mad Max 3. Wednesday we're watching Justified, season 4, episodes 3 and 4. Then next Friday we're actually reviewing a really good episode of The Walt. It's called The Ghost Story. So if anybody wants to join in on the review for that, they'll have to let me know ahead of time because I am limiting my panels to 5 people until further notice.
Okay.
Yeah, I should be there as usual, unless plans change, Gorilla. But I plan on being there. Ghost
Yeah.
Story is a good one. Yeah, I actually remember the title of that one. I gotta watch again though because I haven't seen it in so many years.
Yeah. No, but it's a really good episode. So
It's
we'll see
kind
you
of
guys.
it's kind of creepy, isn't it? Okay, have a good night, Gorilla.
Good night, Gorilla.
Bye.
Thank you, Gorilla, for helping me out. Have a good one.
Yeah, no problem.
See you Monday or tomorrow,
Yeah.
actually. Or I'll see you tomorrow. Jim says, "Did you know I got?" Oh, he already. Okay, Jim, you monster, says Lemon Pie. My voice, darn it. Gap After Dark says, "That's crazy, Jim." And Jim says, "Sure is, Gap." Oops, don't want to reach Gmail. Gap says, "I'm promoting Eat More Donuts." Oh, that never hurts. Gap says, "Next, I'm promoting milk." Oh, I'm a big milk drinker. I don't care how old you are. I've had people tell me milk is for kids. I'm like, what? Are you kidding? Jim says, "Bye, everyone. Take care. Have a great night, Jim. I'm glad you were
Night,
able to
Jim.
stop by." Hello, Sci-Fi Dan. Good to see you. Welcome to the panel.
Hello, decided to drop in Am I towards the end of the stream or towards the middle of the stream right now?
Maybe middle, I guess. And Gap After Dark says, later, Jim. Lemon Pie said, Jim, I was being sarcastic about you being bad for showing your puppy just a joke. Yeah, we know we were just kidding. Lemon Pie says, don't leave mad, Fred. I hope he's not mad. Lemon Pie says, I can't drink milk. Is that lactose intolerant? That's too bad. I love chocolate milk. And I still love cold cereal just like a kid. I've got like Captain Crunch? And I've got, like Blueberry and all that stuff. I know it's not healthy, but, heck, my doctor tells me to gain weight anyway. So there's my excuse.
Pops, what time did you start your stream today? What time did you start?
I usually start my rumblings at 7 p.m. Mountain Time.
Which is about 6 o'clock my time.
You're Pacific?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
I was in your chat for a little while. I had to dip out to get ready for this stream.
I was hoping you could have popped in a few minutes just to say hi on the panel.
Well, I would have, but I went grocery shopping. I was putting away groceries while I was listening to you guys, and then I had to get ready for my stream. And just so you know, if I'm on a channel or a stream, if I get on, I join in the chat or whatever. And if they're talking about a topic I'm not familiar with, I usually don't get on the panel because I don't have anything to add. And you were talking about like Transformers and Stargate and all this other stuff I don't know anything about.
Well, you could have let the dice roll on a number you were familiar with, like Star Wars, Stargate, or any other franchises if you wanted to in that game.
Well, I didn't, but like I said, it wasn't intentional. I was putting away groceries, and I was getting ready for my stream at 7.
I know, but I was a little disappointed because you could have just dropped by on the panel saying hi for a few minutes.
I will next time, sir. I promise. Sorry about that. It's nothing intentional, I assure you.
I sci-fi assistant. Did you promote it at all? Like, did you put out anything on Twitter announcing it?
I put it on Pop's community tab about a few hours before I did it.
Maybe the thing would be to maybe put it out a day before, because sometimes people get busy and we have other shit going on that we have to do. And if there's only a few hours, we might not even look at it or notice it. So I don't think you shouldn't take it personal. It's like, you're a welcome member of our community now, but like Jill, for instance, or Pop, they'll put something out like 3 or 4 or 5 days before they do a stream, right? And that's the best way to get a larger audience, is to give people a lot of time to, notice the post, right? So if you post something early, you'll probably get more viewers. Is what I'm suggesting,
Well, another thing that might help is I know you posted in the stream group. Do you ever post it in main Twitter?
No, not really.
Try it. That's what I do too. Like tonight, that's what I did. I was late because like I said, putting away groceries. But about 45 minutes before my stream, I posted my link for this stream here. I posted in the group chat, and then I'll also post it in the main Twitter. You want to post it as many places as possible, because I know there's a lot of people who will see it in the main Twitter who are not members of my group.
Another great place to post it is if you have a community page on your YouTube channel, post it in the community page. That's what Pop often does when we'll be watching like a sci-fi or horror film. He'll post, what it's going to be, the next following week. And the community tab is a great place to post announcements, like ahead of time, right? Because I think let's face it, there are some people that don't even have Twitter that are on YouTube.
Well, and I know Dan's just getting started. He may not have a community tab yet. Do you, Jan?
On Twitter or on my YouTube channel?
On your YouTube channel.
on YouTube?
No, I don't. And I don't usually use my community tab on my YouTube channel.
Okay.
It's a good place to promote stuff.
Well, I did. I tried to do it a few days ago.
What happened?
I did not get very many responses to it.
Takes a while. It takes a
Well,
while to build a channel.
right. Not only that, but if people see it, you don't know if they're seeing it or not. It doesn't tell you. Like if I post something in my community tab, I don't know if people see it or not. So that's why sometimes I'll put a poll in there, and then I'll know by the response if people answer. Like if I'm doing my horror sci-fi stream, I'll put a selection of movies, and I'll tell people, why don't you vote on the one you want? And then I'll get a response, and I know I'll kind of get an idea that people are checking out my community tab.
Speaking of your community tab, I did see that you were covering the Time Machine, but unfortunately, I wasn't feeling well. I would have
Oh,
loved to have been on that panel, but I watched some of the replay, and it was quite a packed panel. So,
That
yeah,
was a
people
good
were
one.
pretty excited. It was a good.
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Oh,
you
we
can
had a
always
great.
tell when you get a good movie that everybody likes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a really good time that night. I mean, I'm usually late because due to my work, I usually miss the first hour at least. But I always try to show up for the Tuesday streams because usually there are excellent panels and we have a lot of great conversation about the film. So it's definitely worth checking out for sure,
Right,
Stone Rock.
and you're right in Stone Rocket. Any of my streams you want to be on, let me know, and I can send you links. Are we what they call it, friends on sharing or following or whatever it is on Twitter?
yeah. I just started following you, and I noticed today on Twitter, and I noticed that you followed me back right away. So that's great.
Okay.
We can keep tabs there if you would like.
Yeah. Now, do you do streams?
No, I am not a content creator.
That's okay because what I can do if you want, I can add you to our stream group, and that means whenever one of us is posting or going live, we post it in there, and you'll get a notification.
That'd be great. One thing I was happy to hear was um, you announced on what stream was that? I was in the chat. Oh, it was your Lost in Space stream, where you said that after you are done covering Gilligan's Island, you're going to do Night Gallery.
Mm,
Yeah,
And
because I don't see anybody else covering it.
and
that'll be
and
great.
I would love to be on that panel to cover that series with
All
you.
right. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, because I think that's one of the things I mentioned. I just need to find people that want to join me on there.
I'd
Yeah,
love to. Night Gallery. Are you going to do it the same time as Gilligan? Because then I might be missing a bit. Because
No, no, no. It's flexible. The reason why Gilligan is on the night it is, and the time it is, because that's what works for Gorilla.
okay. If you could actually, I mean, my work hours are probably going to change in the next few weeks because my boss mentioned something about possibly, getting more work. So, but I'm guessing if you could do something later in the week, like maybe on a Thursday night,
I
that
have
would
no problem
probably,
with that. We can coordinate when we get there. When
yeah.
I start getting close, now I've got the third season of Gilligan to finish, and then the 3 TV movies, and then I'll be ready for Night Gallery.
that'd be great. Yeah,
So you're,
I have a badge of honor involving Night Gallery where Scott Skelton had a Yahoo Night Gallery group uh, when those were a thing on
I
Yahoo,
remember, yeah, I was
and
involved.
I did not violate either one of his discussion forum rules, and yet he kicked me out of that group.
Oh, but
And
that's all right.
I sent him a message. I said, well, I didn't violate either one of your rules, which was no politics and do not discuss the war in Iraq.
Right.
And I did not do that at all. I was simply talking about the show. And he kicked me out because I had a different opinion than he did.
well,
And
that
No,
sucks.
no, yeah,
and
that is
so
not good.
yeah,
That
and so
sucks.
I appealed to Jim Benson, who was his co-author for the Night Gallery After Hours Tour book, which I highly recommend to everyone that's a fan of that show, Night Gallery. And I appealed to Jim Benson, and he never responded. But they had a third
Jeez.
person that ran that group, and that was a woman. I wasn't familiar with her at all, but she was also running the group, and I appealed to her, and she put me right back in immediately.
Good.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah,
Great.
because
But what I did was I apologized. I was doing some reviews, and I was a little more candid with some of my opinions, and I just said, "Well, I apologize if I rubbed anyone the wrong way. I won't be doing any more reviews."
So basically, you just had to kiss their butt. In other words.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't have to apologize, but I did it anyway, just to show Scott Skelton that one, I had no hard feelings, and two, I was not going to disrupt the flow of things in
right,
that
but
group.
but you shouldn't have to be silenced. That's
You-
why on my channel I encourage different opinions. I don't like an echo chamber. So
Yeah,
I'm the opposite when it comes to that.
Yeah,
I
that's
can-
healthy. That's very healthy. Scott Skelton is extremely thin-skinned.
That's not good.
He will not take any criticism
That's
of
not good.
of Rod Serling, and I said that sarcastically to some people outside the group. I said, "Well, I did not worship at the altar of Rod Serling, and I did not partake of spirits at Tim Riley's bar." And so
That's pretty
because
funny, actually.
I found out after the fact that Scott Skelton's favorite episode of Night Gallery was they're tearing down Tim Riley's bar,
Riley's bar.
and
Yeah.
in a documentary that he was a part of that they did on the Mystery Channel, which was showing the series at that time.
Yeah, I remember when they did.
Yeah, and they had this half-hour little special, and he says on camera that if you want to know what Night Gallery is all about, I'm paraphrasing, but he essentially said if you want to know what Night Gallery is all about, that's the episode. And I was like, no, it's not. I didn't agree, but I didn't know that it was his favorite episode, and I was talking about how it was more of a Twilight Zone than a Night Gallery.
Right.
And
I
agree.
and
I agree.
I said, I'm sorry, PvP. I'll just say one more thing.
Go ahead. No worries.
I said that where is the night in this gallery offering? I said it's about a guy who sees phantoms in his past through an alcoholic fog. And I said it's more of a zone. It's more of a continuation of Walking Distance and
Yes.
a stop at Willoughby's and
yes.
and I said, and those two episodes did it better. And that's when he kicked me out.
It's kind of sad when people are that. I mean, when I first came on YouTube like 5 or 6 years ago, I was much more thin-skinned. Like, it's taken some years for me to build it up, and you kind of your skin gets like leather after a while when you're in enough discussion groups, right? Because you get kicked down a few times, you get treated like shit just for making a simple comment to somebody. You kind of get used to it, right? So it's like,
yeah,
I can deal with it now. It's like no big deal, right? Not the end of the world. I think it was very gracious of you too, Stone Rocket, to actually offer that apology, and very nice for that lady moderator to let you back in. That's a gracious person. So
yeah, that was sweet.
Yeah, I agree with you about Tim Riley. I love that episode, by the way. I mean, it might not be absolute favorite episode of Night Gallery. It is probably in my top 10. It's a really good one.
It isn't on my top 10. Isn't even in my top 20. Well, yes, it is. It is in my top 20.
I like it a lot.
But
the thing is, it's got the guy that was in Star Trek Season 2, the Doomsday Machine. What's his name?
William Wyndham.
William Wyndham, I think. Well, brilliant actor pretty much all the time. But I found his performance in that really, really, good, as it often is. And I did like it in the sense that it wasn't so much about the supernatural. It was just about someone dealing with their past. So I thought that was a very interesting episode. I thought it was really good. It was more of a drama than anything horrific or anything, though, right?
Right.
Right. It was somebody who wanted to escape into their past.
Yeah. I
And
I was I was
they
criticized. Oh, go ahead.
they were literally having their past torn down, as in the bar was being dismantled, right?
Yeah. It's what's odd is before Scott Skelton and Jim Benson wrote their book on Night Gallery, I was in contact with them via
Huh.
email
Wow.
because of their website, nightgallery.net.
Hmm.
And so I contacted them, and I hadn't seen the series in years,
Hmm.
and I sent in some questions about some of the episodes, and I was kind of stunned when I read their book to learn that William Wyndham's memory of how Tim Riley's bar ended was exactly my memory of it, uh, where we both thought that the show ended with uh, with his character just standing there across the street as they knock down, tear down the last bit of the bar, and then we fade to black. But the thing is, I totally forgot about that silly happy ending. He's a jolly good fellow and all that. Uh, I blocked that out as William Wyndham did, and I think it would have improved things greatly if they didn't have that happy ending. But that's just me.
That's probably the network that demanded a happy ending because that's what they do a lot of the time, right, Stone Rocket? But I agree with you. If they just had him standing there in the dark, well, his memories were literally something he loved was literally being torn apart and destroyed.
Yeah,
That would have been very powerful. That would have been very powerful ending.
yeah. It's just that he hears them in another bar. It's more of a bland, uh, modern bar, and they're all in there. And he goes in, and they're all like, his boss is there, and it's like, "Hey, you're not fired. Welcome back, and we're having a little party for you." And I just thought, what a sappy, false kind of happy ending tag,
I guess the
you know?
tag was though trying to say even if life is shitty and you think everything's going wrong and your life is being destroyed, there's always that next chapter. I guess maybe is what they were hinting at.
Yeah, he had I mean, his secretary was putting out, you know, uh, vibes that he was totally oblivious to. I mean, he
Mm,
could have a wonderful future with her because she's
mm,
obviously interested in him and wants to support him all she can.
wow.
And it's like, dude, and of course she was played by Diane Baker, who's just lovely. And but she's a very sympathetic character, uh, and sympathizes with him and wants to support him, but he's totally oblivious to her. And it's like, dude, it's right in front of you. You don't be fixated on the past. Uh, so I know it's a very frustrating episode for me.
Well, the thing is, sometimes you can get fixated on the present too, Stone Rocket. Because when I did my 4 years at art school, I mean,
Sorry, guys.
I was so focused on my studies. There were like a couple of women, that showed an interest in me, and I just didn't like the character in Night Gallery. I didn't pay attention enough, and they moved on. And to this day, I regret that because I thought, damn it, if I'd even paid attention to one of these girls, I might have been a happy granddad at this point. But I missed the opportunity. So I kind of totally get that.
Okay.
Sometimes you just get focused and you just get
Yeah.
sidetracked, and you're not thinking, straight, right? You're not looking at what's actually available in front of you. You're thinking about other things, right? So,
Yeah.
Do you guys remember Ghost Story or Circle of Fear, hosted by Sebastian Cabot?
oh, I remember both of those, Bob.
Yeah, I do.
Were those William Castle shows?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, created by Richard Matheson.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember. both of they had a really creepy theme music.
Right. It
too,
was
didn't
they were both the same show. They changed the name like halfway
Right.
through.
It was
Right,
on.
right.
It was on NBC, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
that 1 or 2 seasons?
One.
Yeah.
So
I didn't.
okay. They changed it halfway through season 1 then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the first half it was called Ghost Story and it was hosted by Sebastian Cabot each week, and then they kind of got rid of him and changed it to Circle of Fear.
Yeah.
I guess Sebastian wanted too much money or something.
Well, that was also around the same time he passed away.
Oh well, that probably
Oh, dear.
that probably didn't help. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if he left
It's like, well, let's
because he
get
died
Sebastian
or
back.
because
Oh
of
shit, he's not
creative
available anymore.
reasons.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Bob.
because he died early mid 70s.
That will hurt your career.
Yeah. That was shown on the weekends, and when we only had one TV set, and every weekend my dad would be home. Yeah, he was on the road all week, and so every weekend we had to readjust to him and his dictatorial ways, and you could ask to watch certain programs, but if he didn't want to watch what you wanted to watch, it was your SOL. And so I didn't get to
Yeah.
see Ghost Story that often,
Darn.
and anything that was shown on the weekends, and it was kind of tough. We didn't get a second TV until the summer of '77.
Yeah, second TV is very helpful when you're
Yeah,
young.
I wish we had, because I'd be able to watch all these classic shows
Yeah.
on Friday nights and
Totally. Yeah.
Saturdays and everything. And
Yep.
once
Well,
in
I
a
can
while, once in a while, my dad would let us watch what we wanted to, because he was just too tired, and he would go off to bed early.
goes off.
Yeah, and he just said, just make sure you can watch what you want, but just keep the sound down. And
That makes
so,
sense.
yeah.
What did you guys think about The Night Stalker?
Oh, that
Well,
was a good show too.
that I didn't get to see that often, as well, because yet once again, it wasn't that on Friday nights. So
That's Darren McGavin, if I
yeah.
remember correctly.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Oh yeah, when I got to watch the Night Stalker was once we got our second television. CBS was running it as a late night movie, and they did the same thing with Rockford Files, and they did the same thing with Columbo.
Well, they made two movies and then the one season.
Oh yeah,
remember-
I was lucky enough to see the original film, the Night Stalker TV movie, and that was the talk on the playground the next day at school. And I also got to see the sequel, The Night Strangler.
Yep.
But the series
Yep.
I didn't get to see until CBS late movie.
CBS used to do that, didn't they? They ran those late, I think it was late Fridays. They'd repackage reruns of old shows. And
Yeah,
there was
and
a lot of great stuff.
Yeah, and what was odd was it was all these NBC shows, and
Well,
I don't know.
You know what I found really odd, Stone Rocket, was I remember actually them packaging some of the old 1960s British TV series, The Avengers episodes
Right.
of Appeal on
Right.
late Fridays. And I was like, what the hell?
Yep,
I mean, I
that's
loved
true.
it and I watched it. I watched it every Friday because I love him Appeal and Steve,
Yeah.
but it was very strange.
They
Yeah,
used to also, during that CBS late night movie, every now and then they would show first run movies that were brand new. Like, that's how I first saw Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It was a brand
Oh,
new
wow.
movie.
Cool.
Oh wow, cool.
Uncut.
Really?
Man, I love Monty Python.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to see that in the theater when it came out. I was a
Cool.
Python fan, and
Wow.
what was interesting was, do either of you recall this summer replacement series called Dean Martin's Comedy World?
Nope,
and
I
it
don't
wasn't.
remember that.
Yeah, Dean Martin was not on it. It was
That's
just
helpful.
it was just in the title. It was hosted by Dom DeLuise, Nipsey Russell, and
Oh,
Barbara
Lord.
Feldon, and they would
Oh.
show clips from Monty Python. That was the first time I got to see Monty
That's
Python.
odd.
Okay,
and
so
they would
clips of Monty
show.
Python.
Mhm.
What the
And
hell
so
does that have to do
before
with Dean Martin, though?
the Time Life got a hold of Monty Python, and then it started showing up on local public TV stations.
That's how I
Yep,
found
Yeah,
that's
that
Flying
where
Circus.
yeah,
Yeah.
they the Time
yep.
Life packaged Python and Doctor Who with the John Pertwee episodes, and that's how I got to see those two shows. Was
Oops.
on
Right.
our local public TV station.
Yeah, I got it on PBS Seattle up in my neck of the woods here in Canada, and we got all the Python, and we got Faulty Towers and other shows like that,
Yeah,
and it was great. We never got Doctor Who for some reason. Seattle never got around to showing any Doctor Who, but I
yeah,
love the crazy Britcom stuff because they showed a lot of it back in
yeah,
the 70s, and it was
right.
wonderful to discover. Yeah,
Yeah, I was I know uh, it was kind of weird because my dad was kind of a PBS snob,
cool.
and if there was something on Channel 11, which was our channel out of Des Moines, our public TV station, it was out of on Channel 11, my dad was more lenient on, yeah, you can watch that. And so he
Oh,
goes, you guys want to check out this Doctor Who show? And so we were watching it, and
cool.
it was kind of quaint. It was with John Pertwee, and but I just found the particular adventure that they were showing. I just found it very boring, and I
Mm,
kind of said, well, I'm gonna give that up. But that was when I was in junior high. But in high school, I remember one of my classmates was saying, "Are you watching Doctor Who on Channel 11?" I go, "No, I gave up on that years ago. I found it boring." He goes, "No, you got to watch it now. It's great." And I said, "Okay, I'll check it out." And that was when they first started showing the Tom Baker episodes.
It seems
And
like the Tom Baker episodes
yeah,
are everybody's favorites, right? Because
yeah,
I mean, I saw the earlier ones. Like we have a channel in Canada called the Space Channel, and I remember this is like 20 years ago, like ancient history. But they used to show like an hour of the old Doctor Who black and white, like 30-minute ones back
yeah,
to back, and I was watching those for many 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 months. I probably saw like 100 of them, and they were really good. I mean, I enjoyed them, but they never showed any of the Tom. I've never seen a Tom Baker episode, and I know I really should because everybody talks about how awesome he was as a Doctor, and I think
yeah.
he is probably the definitive Doctor Who from everybody
For
I've
for a
ever met.
lot of people,
Yeah,
uh, Sci-Fi Sith Dan asked in the private chat if we watched Knight Rider with David Hasselhoff.
I never did actually.
Yeah, unfortunately, I never did either.
I know it's got a lot of fans, but you know, there was a lot of '80s kind of semi sci-fi that I didn't really get into because growing up in the '60s and watching stuff like Star Trek and you know all that other cool stuff like Wild Wild West and Time Tunnel and
Yeah,
Land of the Giants or you know all
Irwin
Voyage of
Allen
Thomas
Theater.
Sea. That was Irwin Allen, like he was the king of TV for like 5 or 6 years there.
Yeah.
But growing up with those great classic shows, when I saw Night, I saw a few episodes, and I was like, okay, this is okay, but it doesn't compare to the shows I grew up with as a kid, right? So that's why I probably didn't get into it. You know,
Well, Dan, who was the voice of Kit?
oh, geez, that's a good one.
Hello,
Should look it
Dan.
up.
I never saw the 1980 Night Rider. I can look it up to give you the
Oh,
answer.
okay.
I know
I
you're
thought you were.
talking about
Yeah,
the little
I thought
short
you.
guy with the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought Dan was a fan of the '80s show. I thought that's
No,
why he was asking.
I thought maybe Dan had actually watched the whole
Yeah, the
series or
voice
something.
of Kit was William Daniels.
I was
Yeah.
just asking, since you guys are up there in age, you may have seen it.
Yeah, that was the only thing I watched in the '80s was Rockford. Well, Rockford was off by 1980. I watched Cheers and Hill Street Blues, and once in a while Saint Elsewhere. But that was when I was a grad student in '84, and so I didn't really watch a lot of TV from '84 to '87.
And the thing was too, as a big sci-fi fan that I am, I found '80s kind of tailed off as far as doing sci-fi shows. It kind of was passe. It kind of lost flavor, and there was like probably a lot more comedies and
Yeah,
straight dramas than actual sci-fi series. So I love Cheers. So I thought Cheers was a great show, man.
yeah. I hate to say this, but I speaking of the '80s and then sci-fi, and then you mentioned comedy. Well, that was all there in Alf, which I
Elf.
watched. Yeah, I like that series.
With Robin Williams?
I'm sorry.
With Robin Williams?
No, Alf.
No, Elf.
ALF, Alien Life Form, the puppet by
Here's the puppet.
yeah, created
Yeah.
and created and voiced by Paul Fusco.
It was a good show though.
Did
It was fun.
Did Robin Williams do a TV show where he played an alien? Back
Mork
Yeah.
and Mindy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mork
Mork
and
and
Mindy.
Mindy.
Well, Mark and Mindy, yeah, that was '70s, I believe, and that
Yeah.
was pretty good.
He was really, really high as a kite on that show.
But he was damn funny. The trouble with Mork and Mindy, guys, is the first season was often quite brilliant when they just let Robin Williams just like go free range and just let him go nuts in the episodes and just go off on his own tangents. It was hilarious. And then I remember season 2, they good old network executives, they were like, "Oh, we got to change this show." So they brought in different cast members. They started getting more, tight ass with the scripts, and Robin just wasn't as funny after that. And I think the audience share started to seriously drop in season 2, if I remember as well. So
Which
the first season's the good one.
which season was it they brought in Jonathan Winters? Was it the second or the third?
Second or third. I couldn't stand Jonathan Winters in that show. I mean, I don't hate Jonathan Winters, but I thought he sucked in that show.
The reason why I'm asking is I think I've seen a few clips and a few episodes of that show. That's why I think I've seen a few episodes or clips of it.
I'd recommend season 1 sci-fi if you want to check it out. That's probably the best season.
What, season 1 or season or the whole season?
Season 1. That's watch it from the start because that was fresh and new at that point, and the network hadn't screwed around with it. And I'd say go for the early episodes personally.
Yeah. I always thought Pam Dauber was really cute.
Oh,
That's
Tam
that's
Dauber.
why I watched it.
What a babe! Oh yeah,
Have
man,
any of
she
you-
was hot.
Have any of you seen I Dream of Ginny?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of Dream of Ginny, and
Yeah,
talk
what
about
boys?
Dreaming of Ginny.
Right, what boys didn't mature
Yeah.
with Barbara Eden, right?
Oh yeah, and Bewitched too.
And Bewitched, yeah.
Oh, Bewitched.
Those are the two old TV shows I know because I seen like most stuff. I Dream of Ginny a few times, a few years, over a decade ago when I was younger, and
Yeah.
I seen a Bewitched from reruns from from television channels to old TV shows. I seen it that way.
Yeah, I Barbara Eden is one of the most beautiful women God has created.
Absolutely.
She's like what, 90 now, and she still looks good. Like wow.
And Elizabeth Montgomery. I thought Elizabeth
She's
Montgomery.
dead. She's
I
dead.
thought Elizabeth Montgomery
No, I
was.
think Eden is still alive.
Eden's still alive. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, but Elizabeth Montgomery sadly died young, oldest young.
She died from cancer like
Heavy
30-some
smoker.
years ago.
Yeah, heavy smoker. Sorry, go ahead,
Yeah.
Stone Racket.
Yeah, go ahead, Stone.
Elizabeth Montgomery, I felt was the better actress.
I
But
would agree.
we watched both series, I Dream of Jeannie and Bewitched, and one little excursion here. Please forgive me, but I blame NBC for my fixation on a woman's midriff, specifically specifically the female navel.
Oh yeah.
I blame NBC because they denied me the pleasure of seeing Barbara Eden's navel.
Well,
And,
between her and Mary
and
Ann
so-
on Gilligan's
and-
Island, it was the same thing.
So I just said, I was like, well, why am I so fixated on the female midriff? It's because NBC denied me all those years, and NBC had this stupid edict that was, old broadcast and standards. It was outmoded. They had this deadly fear of the female navel, and so
Yes.
they
Yeah,
hid.
yeah.
They hid Barbara Eden's navel, and they pulled stunts like that on Star Trek.
Well,
Yeah.
the crazy
But
thing.
once we get to the cloud minders, just look out. I'll be all over that one.
No, no, it's
Yep.
even. I was just going to mention Star Trek Stone Rocket because if you remember Mirror Mirror,
Right. That was an
Uhura's
exception. Yeah.
Uhura's navel was well on display and very beautiful, like totally
And
kissable,
and
right?
also Barbara Luna.
Yeah, I mean their navels were well on display,
Now,
which
have
is
you?
one reason why it's such a great episode. But
Yeah. Have you heard the
obviously,
story?
well, yeah, they took the NBC censor out to
Right.
lunch or something.
Yeah. They kept distracting her, and when she was on set, uh, Nichelle Nichols would have that sash at its proper,
Ah,
position, and then when
right.
they would distract her, then that's when they would actually film.
And then yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just brilliant how well. That's one thing on why I love TOS is they would kind of just screw with the sensors, right, and just work. They'd find a way to work around them,
Yeah.
which was one reason I love that show so much. But yeah, I mean, that was really kind of groundbreaking to have
But
an episode like Mirror Mirror with all the
but
naval action, right?
yeah, William Ware, is it Theiss or
Thice, I think.
Teese? He just loved showing off the female form with
So
his
did Gene
costuming.
Roddenberry. Yeah. So did
He
Gene
was
Roddenberry.
damn
Well,
good
yeah,
at it too, I gotta
it
say.
was also William Thies that his rather daring costume designs, which
His
were
costume designs are fantastic.
spectacular. And one thing that was very frustrating for me with those Columbo podcasters. Later on, they just a few years ago they did a Star Trek podcast,
Hmm.
and all the rookie mistakes that they made, they talk about, instead of saying Roddenberry's sexism or the series sexism, they would replace that with the word misogyny, and
Oh.
they would go after the mini skirts and all that. That was because of Grace Lee Whitney. She despised the unisex uniform from the original pilots, and she was a dancer and she wanted to show off her legs, and so it was because of her. And of course, when Nichelle Nichols got wind of that, she goes, "Well, hey, how about my one of those outfits for me?"
How about
And
my
so
legs?
that's why from the get-go, once we got the first season in production, that's why they had the mini skirts
Well, I do
instead of
remember.
the trousers from the first two pilots.
Oh, the trousers would have been awful. Like, oh my goodness.
Well, some of the early publicity showed photos with Grace Lee Whitney and William Shatner. She's in one of those early,
Uh,
unisex, if you
that
want
would
to
have
call
been
it that,
that would have been sad.
outfit, and that's why she hated it. And she goes, "We got to get this changed." And by golly, they did it. By the time
Well,
they,
you know what I love about that is it was basically the female cast that they kind of demanded. It's like we want miniskirts, we want to show off our legs,
yeah, they
we
wanted to
want to
show
be
off.
sexy,
Yeah,
And that was the thing is, what pisses me off with retrospect. These people want to rewrite history, right? Because
right.
they basically don't understand it. And back in the '60s, a miniskirt was a sign of female liberation. It was woman's lib, right?
It was rebellious.
Yes,
You
it
know,
was rebellious and it was groundbreaking. It was freedom for the female.
you
And
know.
I
And
don't
that,
think there's
and
anything wrong with a short skirt showing off an attractive woman's legs. I don't get why they think that's misogyny, because it's not. There's
Hot
nothing
pants and
wrong
halter
with
tops.
nothing wrong with appreciating female beauty in
No,
my books.
right.
But,
You have the current third wave feminism, and
well,
that's the problem, right?
we
Right.
got like we got.
and
Go ahead,
PvP,
Trevor.
Go ahead.
and that is feminism done right too. That is.
Well, first wave
There you
feminism
go.
did get a lot of it right more than it is now, because a lot of it now, sadly, a lot of this
It's
third
about
wave.
oppression now. It's about oppression now.
The
It
the
is.
whole woke thing is kind of a form of fascism, I think personally.
It is.
You know,
It's instead of oppression, it's perceived oppression, which of course is all subjective in their warped minds. There really isn't oppression; it's just what they perceive.
well, it's
And instead of saying third wave feminism, I was corrected by Andre on Midnight's Edge. I said third wave feminism. He says it's not third wave feminism. He says it's misandry. Just call it for what it is.
good
And I'm
one,
like, I go, yep,
good
you're
one.
right. I can't disagree
It
with
I
is.
that.
hadn't heard of that term, but that totally
I think
nails it
another
on the
part,
head.
right? I think another part of it is you got a lot of, I mean, to be frank, ugly, overweight women who are jealous. So they want to cover up the good looking ones.
That's right.
Well, they resent people like Nichelle and
Yeah.
Grace Lee Whitney, because they were gorgeous, beautiful women in their prime back then, and
Yeah.
these women are never going to look that good, and they
Yeah,
resent
they
it,
know
right?
that, right? They know that. Yes, that's why they hate men because nobody will sleep with them.
That's another thing. It's like, what the hell? Okay, I'm a white man. I've never hated anybody. I don't intend to hate anybody. I can generally get along with 99% of the people I meet. There's a few people on the community that I don't agree with, but that's okay. Uh, but it's like, okay, I'm a white guy, but I'm responsible for all the evil that ever happened on planet Earth for the last 10,000 years or whatever, whatever timeline, right? It's like, what? No, I never owned slaves. I never hated people of color. I never hated women because of their gender. And yet these woke people they love to say, I'm guilty of all of this. And I'm like, no, you people are very mistaken.
They're demented narcissists.
Oh,
And
it's
Yeah.
insane the world we're living in, guys. It really is.
They've been indoctrinated with this neo-Marxist crap.
It's
Yeah.
like
And the thing is, the root of it is me being a white Christian male. Everything they hate.
Toxic.
It
Yeah.
is at its base satanic. They want to
Oh,
tear
geez.
down. They want to tear down the family. They want to tear down all traditional Western values because they are based on Judeo-Christian values.
They want to destroy Western civilization, I think,
Yep.
basically, Son Rocket.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I said.
Nuclear
and-
family. Yeah.
And speaking of which, if they look back to the origins of that stuff, do they know where those men that came up with those philosophies came from? And do you know what ethnicity they were? They probably don't know that. They know
They
that,
don't. A lot of them don't. Right.
and they say, "Oh, white males." Like, do you know who wrote that shit? Who wrote it, bud? Who wrote it?
Right.
Germans, Englishmen, and all that. And guess what? They were white by some chance. They were.
Yeah.
Well, they
Well,
followed Karl Marx and look at
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Well, I
That
remember
that
things
guy
like,
was demented. He was.
I
Let's not.
think-
I won't side or derail the stream talking about
but-
Karl Marx.
right,
But
let me get-
I think communism is one of the most effed up things that was ever invented by a human mind.
Yeah,
Personally.
just ask the Russians. That's why they got rid of it.
Well, what they have 80 years of being
Yeah.
treated like shit under
Yeah.
communism, like fun, right?
Let me get caught
Yeah.
up in the chat really quick. Gap after
Oh,
dark
that'd
says
be
I
good.
had it. Gap says I had Apple Jacks today, and I have to say I love Apple Jacks.
Oh,
I
that's
have a
good for you,
weakness for
Cap.
those. Hello, Cam. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Sorry,
Hey,
it took me a while to
Cam.
get to your chat. Cam says pop culture high pop in the panel. Lemon Pie greets. Gap after dark. Hi Gap. And Lemon Pie says, "Yo, Cam." And Gap says, "Hey, Cam." Gap after dark says, "I love Stargate." Well, then definitely you want to check out Sci-Fi Dan's channel.
I like the first two series. Universe or whatever, I'm not too much of a fan of, but
Universe is a mixed bag for me. It is. I would say the first few episodes of season 1 was too damn slow for me. It was the first few episodes of season 1.
yeah, that's what everybody pretty much says. Like, it just had too slow a start, right?
And I
Yeah.
only saw the movie. That's it. Cam says, just popped in to say hi and drop a like. On a date. Well, good luck, Cam Cam. I hope
Ooh,
it works
Well,
out
he's on
for
a
you.
date. Hopefully,
hey,
it's a
Cam
hot
Cam,
date.
get
Yeah.
lucky, man. Get lucky, man.
Hopefully she'll pay. Hopefully she'll pay for dinner.
Or go halfers with you at least.
Yeah, at least Dutch. Lemon Pie says Gap. I like Stargate too. SGI, of course.
I kind of like Atlantis. Is my favorite actually.
I
Jeff,
would
have
say
you-
I would say overall Atlantis is better. It is.
I love Atlantis. Like it was what 4 seasons, about 100 episodes.
It's 5
if
seasons.
I remember.
It's 5 seasons.
Okay,
SG
5, but it was 100, right?
yeah, somewhere. And SG1 was 10 seasons long.
Oh, SG1 went on forever.
I'm
Yep.
I'm with Pop. I've only seen the first movie, and that's it.
Yeah.
I know nothing of all the series or anything.
Atlantis is a fantastic show. It really is.
Well, then PvP, I should have you on my stream tomorrow. Then.
It all depends when you're on, because I got a couple other people I've already committed to. So,
well,
see, that's the problem.
well-
You'll soon learn with the community. There's so many people doing so many things on so many channels.
Yeah, especially the
sometimes-
weekends.
Yeah, and it's really hard to find time because I got to go on tomorrow morning with Jill because we got a date, and I got to go on tomorrow late afternoon with Gorilla because we got a date set. So it's like, yeah, it depends when you're on, man.
Well, I put it on Pop Culture's channel about 30 minutes ago, and I'm on tomorrow. If you have any time at all, or just pop in for a few minutes on my live stream.
Sure.
That'll be fine.
Yeah, if I can find the link or whatever, I will try to do that. But I got other stuff to do, of course, as well, because the weekend is winding down, and then I got to go back to work on Monday. So it's just like you start to realize when you're on the community for a number of months that everybody, is most of the people here are really good, but it's like we got other stuff to do in real life, so we can't always manage to be on every stream everybody would want us to be on. So it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, but it gets kind of lonely when you only have a few chatters
Oh,
and
you
very
gotta
few panels.
you gotta give it time.
Yeah, it'll grow. Yeah, it'll grow. Mine
It
started
will
out.
grow.
Yeah, mine started out really small too. We all do.
Everybody starts out small, but you give it a month, give it 2 months, be patient. Maybe 3 or 4 months from now, you might start getting more watchers and more people, joining in the chat, and you get some panel. But it takes time, man. You just gotta be patient.
Also, keep an ear out. Like Tony was telling you earlier. Well, he didn't really say, but sometimes there are really big YouTubers that take away the audience. So, like he was talking about, Doomcock. I won't stream at the same time as Doomcock.
Yeah, don't stream on a Friday night because he's got like hundreds of thousands of subs.
Yeah,
Have like 1 million subs, and he probably gets like 1,000 people watching his channel every Friday night. Do not stream on a Friday night.
Yeah, he's on a few nights during the week.
And Wednesdays too. Yes, exactly right. Yes, Bob.
Gap After Dark says, have fun on the date, Cam. And Gap says, yo, Lemon Pie. Lemon Pie says, Cam, hey, you don't find me bragging every time I get a date.
Hey,
Just
kiss her
kidding,
for me, Cam.
There you go.
Most action I'm going to get tonight.
And Gap is laughing. And Gap says, thanks, Lemon Pie. And Cam says, later, have a good one. You too, Cam. Thanks for stopping by. And Gap says, I don't pay attention to the community tab.
Well,
That's
a lot of us
Oh,
do. A lot
you
of
must.
us do.
That's where you find out about lots of stuff.
I find like Jill and Pop, especially, they have always posting new stuff every week on their community tab.
Lemon Pie says, I think I've seen Stone Racket on Jill's panel a few times, right?
Yeah, I think I've seen them too.
I think he was on there yesterday, actually.
Yes, indeed.
Gap After Dark says, yeah, Night Gallery.
Night Gallery's awesome, man.
Lemon Pie Pop handles opposing opinions very much like an adult should. This is not done on many channels, and that's sad. I don't understand why. I don't know why the immaturity where people.
That's why I
have
enjoy
a
being
problem.
on Pop's panels, because we are adults and we can, agree to disagree. The old saying goes, and
Yeah.
we have fun together. So it's all good, right?
One
Yes.
thing there's one individual that seems to enjoy cutting me off when I start talking about something on other live streams, and
Uh-huh.
I wish the channel owner would kind of rein that kind of behavior in, because I I mean, I don't want to shout the other person down or
No, I
stuff, but
understand. Yeah, that's not right.
it's very difficult. I mean, I said, well, can I please finish? And they just wouldn't let me finish. They just kept going on.
I think you're probably talking about a stream yesterday, if I'm guessing. And I
Well,
don't want to. I don't want to
I
name
I
any
don't.
specific
Yeah,
names,
I
but
don't want to go into any details, but
no, I'm not going to go into any details here
yeah,
on the live stream. But
the person claimed to know the person. I was going to talk about a classmate of mine, and they interrupted me saying that they knew them and it was going on. Like, the guy must have been,
mm,
they must have been high or something, because I was like, no, you don't know this person. And I just stopped talking. I just,
yeah, I've been
Yeah,
there
that's not
myself.
cool. That's not cool.
I've been in mute land myself a few times, and I just give up and I say, okay, fuck it. These people are going to overtalk me anyway, so
Yeah, me
yeah,
too. I'll just mute when they do that.
yeah,
I just get fed up after a while. And I'll mention it later in private, but I don't want to mention it in public. But
yeah.
I know exactly where you're coming
Mm-hmm,
from, man, because I've been down that path myself, and it is
yeah,
very annoying when it happens.
yeah.
Gap After Dark says, indeed, Lemon. Gap says, Sci-Fi Dan, tell us about your channel.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Well, Gap After Dark. I am mainly a Star Wars fan by trade, but I do dive into other sci-fi franchises. I am a fan of Stargate, Stargate SG-1, Atlantis. I'm also dive into the Transformers lore. I cover certain areas of Transformers. The 2000 a series that came out between 2008 and 2012 called Transformers Prime. I love that show, and I gone down the rabbit hole of Star Trek. Not too deeply. I've seen all the movies mainly, and I have seen some of Next Gen, but the latter half of DS9 and Voyager are my favorite. And then I've seen, I think, about quite a few episodes of Battlestar Galactica 2003, the newer one, but I haven't seen the whole series because after a while, that series gets kind of boring. I'm going to say mid season 3, season 4 gets pretty boring. And then I am a fan of Farscape, the TV show, which probably all of you never heard of on this
I
panel.
love Farscape.
PvP, yeah.
One of my favorite shows. That's
Oh,
a
yeah,
great show.
and those are pretty much the franchises and sci-fi stuff I dive into. That's a fan. I'm a fan of that stuff. I've gone down the rabbit hole. So some of those franchises pretty well.
Well, what
Sounds
about
like you got a wide range of good stuff there. Sci-fi. So
Yeah, but some of them it's been a long time since I've seen them though, because I've seen them so many times back when I was younger. I stopped watching them. That's why I seen them so many times when I was younger.
but
well,
but
it's
Dan,
not.
have you seen, what about the original series of Star Trek?
My dad used to have a VSH recordings, and I watched them when I was a kid. Especially when I came in from the dentist when they had to pull a tooth out. I watched that on my dad's bed. Those episodes. Well, I was only about, I'm gonna say, 9, and I found it a little boring. But then I was just 9 years old at the time.
You need to go back and rewatch TOS because especially the first 2 seasons are pretty solid. Even season 3, though a lot of people disrespect it for being weaker, it's still got probably 7 or 8 really awesome episodes. You really should watch TOS. It's kind of a cornerstone show in sci-fi, and it's really good. I mean, the acting, the writing, the music, the special effects for 1960s. It's a damn good show. I mean, there's a reason we talk about Star Trek almost 60 years after it aired, right? It's because it's just damn good,
And it's timeless too. It seems
It's timeless.
It
I
holds
mean,
up better than Next Generation, that's
well,
for
the thing
sure.
is,
Yes, indeed.
Shatner and Nimoy and DeForest Kelly, the whole cast. I mean, it's how many times do you get a show where it's not just like the big three stars, but you get like Uhura and you get Scotty and you get all the secondary characters and they're Sulu and they're all great too. It's like that doesn't happen in every show.
And no subplots.
Exactly. That's one thing I love about TOS. It's usually one plot
Right.
and they go with it all the way through the 50-minute episode and there's no distraction.
And
They
it's
get
not
right
boring,
to it.
right? Right.
It's very
right.
rarely. I don't think okay, there's a few bad episodes of TOS, but they're not boring.
Yeah,
Like
they're,
Spock's brain.
they're guilty pleasures, it seems, huh?
Yeah, that's oh, you gotta watch Spock's brain. That is definitely a guilty pleasure.
I think I have seen that one and I found it boring. I seen that. I seen that.
Watch
I
it
found
again.
boring.
My
Actually, you
my
have
younger
to download the drinking game, and every time somebody says brain, you take a shot, and you're hammered by the end of the episode.
Brain, what is brain? Brain, what is brain?
What is brain?
my younger brother considers The Conscience of the King. He said that's so boring I couldn't get through it. So
It's
Is
really
that
good.
season-
It is.
And that-
That's a slow one,
yeah, it's a slow one, but it's a first season one. It's different, but I liked it for its change of pace. But I don't highly recommend. That's one of the weaker episodes.
Oh,
but
well,
that's one that my younger brother cited as being so boring.
Well, if you want action and phasers, that's definitely not the place to start.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Try Doomsday Machine.
Yeah, there you go.
Balance of Terror.
I'd say go for
Yeah.
Doomsday
Yeah.
Machine.
I'm
Doomsday
glad you
Machine.
mentioned that, Dan. Balance of Terror is my top
Balance
number
of
one
Terror's a good
favorite.
one, yeah.
Yeah, and I have seen that episode. It's a good one. I've seen that one.
Yeah.
Gap says sci-fi. Oops. Gap says I like the fact Pop handles interrupting very tactfully. Interrupting is irritating for us all. I do try my best, and I try to be fair to everybody and not insulting or demeaning. And something else I do not do is I don't judge or criticize people I don't know. And there seems to be a lot of that on YouTube, which is really sad. Lemon
that's
Pie
true.
says, Gorilla's gone, BBP. Are you the chat master now?
No, I guess I could be if Pop wants to elevate me to that status.
What did you guys think of the Apollo episode from Star Trek in the original series?
Which one?
The one that featured the god Apollo, so to speak.
Who mourns for
Oh,
Adonis?
That's early season 2. Who mourns
Yeah.
for Adonis? I
Yeah.
thought that was I'd give that a good solid B level Trek rating. It's a good episode, not one of my favorites, but it is good. And the guy that played Apollo was absolutely awesome in that.
Mark
I thought.
Forrest. Yeah.
He was great. I mean,
Yeah.
talk about perfect casting, right? The guy
Yeah.
was built like a freaking great god. Let's
And
face it,
Yeah.
right?
I
Talk about that
I give it
physique. Wow.
I give it some high marks because of the incredibly lovely Leslie Parrish.
No, that didn't hurt.
Yeah.
And the costume design,
Yep.
once again by William. Great costume. Like you can just drape that fabric on those beautiful ladies, can't you, buddy?
And with the help of double-faced tape to keep it in place.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the actor that played Apollo, he pulled off the arrogance of Apollo brilliantly.
Yes.
He was
Well, he
great.
he even intimidated Shatner.
In real
There-
life or on film as Kirk.
In real life, that's
real
why
life.
the two are not on the same. They're not in the same shot together.
Oh really? Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah,
that.
he was much taller and bigger. William Shatner was intimidated.
Interesting.
So if you go watch the episode, there's no shot with them two in the same frame.
It's a damn good episode. I give it probably a solid B plus. Like it's just a little bit under my top tier Trek because there's probably 10 or 12 episodes that are absolutely fantastic at least. So, but it's a damn good one. I love it.
Yeah. I would give it a B too. As
And
Gap is-
also, I mean, Scotty, kind of once again, it's another Scotty in love episode.
Yeah.
Lusting after the lady, and
But
he almost
boy,
gets himself
what a woman
killed.
to want to go after.
Yeah, but
I give Scotty high marks for that.
but Scotty almost gets killed with a thunderbolt or whatever,
Yeah.
right? So that's fun too, you know.
When the lady was possessed by aliens, in other words, when his girlfriend was possessed by aliens, in
The
other words,
lights of the lights of Zetar.
Yeah, that's a
the
third
Lights of
season
Zetar.
episode.
That's season
Less
3.
successful.
Still a good episode, but not up to the level of
Well,
Adonis.
And Dan, do you know who wrote that episode, The Lights of Zetar? It was the woman behind Lamb Chop the puppet, Sherry Lewis,
Jerry Lewis.
and she and her husband co-wrote that episode because they were big fans of Star Trek. But
That's
if you
kinda
know,
cool,
if
actually.
you know, do you know Sherry Lewis, the ventriloquist that did Lamb Chop?
I remember her.
I
I'm
have,
I'm
She
asking
had a
Dan.
puppet.
Do you know about her, Dan?
I have heard of her name, but I haven't seen her.
Yeah, she had puppets, Lamb Chop being the most famous, and she also had Hush Puppy and Charlie Horse.
You can probably find it right here on YouTube. Just look up Sherry Lewis and Lamb Chop, and I'm sure you'll see a video.
In my humble opinion, she is the best ventriloquist ever.
She was damn good, yeah.
I think ventriloquism is a dying
Yeah.
thing. It
It's
doesn't
a
seem to be
lost
around
art, isn't it?
anymore. Yeah.
Have any of you seen The Nanny, the TV show?
Yes.
I think she was in one of those episodes too. What was she?
The Nanny? Oh, I never saw that. Wasn't really in my wheelhouse.
My friend Treasure that talks like this all the time.
Yeah,
actually worse than that.
I'm guilty of watching a few of those episodes because
that was 90s comedy.
I'm sorry, but I thought that Fran Drescher was rather hot looking.
Yeah,
So did
I couldn't stand her voice. I just couldn't watch it.
Well, yeah, she was probably good looking, but only tolerable if she was on mute.
Yeah, well, she intentionally kind of did that aspect of her
the
voice.
nasal, right? Yeah, but
yeah, she did that. She exaggerated that a little more for that character.
Well, because of that, she was stereotyped in that role, so it ruined her career too.
Yeah, because of that, I never watched it.
But she wore the short skirts and black pantyhose, and it that's the only reason I watched it occasionally.
Yeah, well, the thing
I don't know why, but
she reminds me.
She reminds me of the captain from Voyager. Both of them, I cannot stand their voices.
Oh dear!
I've always said Janeway is like fingernails on a chalkboard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stoner Kitty, is that right?
Stone Racket.
Yeah, Stone Racket. I would tell you that I love the banter between Niles and Babcock. That was the most entertaining stuff I've seen between them, those two characters.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and they were actually the ones that stole the show to me. That's how I saw it. Each time Niles took a crack at Babcock, he nailed it, and he stole the show from that. He did.
Yeah, I like that character a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, well, the two above us don't even know what they were talking about.
Gap After Dark says, laughing at Lemon, and Gap says, "Oops, take out I in what I said."
Uh-oh.
And Gap says, "High stream elements, yeah, all hail the bot." And Gap says, "You Knight Rider, yeah, it shows how far we are behind in the chat." And Lim Vice is on Eden Edict. And hello, Edge of Time, good to see you. I hope you're still here. My Soggy Knees, a tale of misandry. And Edge of Time says, you're on a diet when the donut at Motorcon makes you drool. You may dream of Genie, but I dream of maple donuts. Gap After Dark says, laughing at Edge. And Edge of Time says, I've gone everywhere but the high seas looking for Tales from the Dark Side. Only find the movie with Blondie. Yep. It was a good show. Lemon Pie says Krispy Kreme, Edge of Time. Lemon Pie says, no way. SG1 is better than Atlantis.
Oh, struck a nerve there, huh? Lemon Pie?
Oh,
struck
dear.
A nerve?
Gap says, night all. Good night, Gap. Thank you for joining us. I hope you do well tomorrow. Stay warm. Lemon Pie says, good night, Gap. And hello, Nemesis of Eden. Good to see you. That reminds me, I want to cover what movie we're gonna watch Tuesday night. Nemesis of Eden says, "Hey, you beautiful beings. Hope you're all doing well. Likewise, Nemesis. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Nemesis of Eden. I hope you're still here. Okay.
So, fellas, so from what I see, you guys are into 60s, 70s, and 80s TV shows. Meanwhile, I'm going to say at least 30 years younger than you guys, probably.
Right.
I'm probably the TV shows and movies I've seen are the original Star Wars, and then I'm more into like Star Trek movies. Are those 70s or 80s mainly? The first 6 Star Trek movies. Are there mainly 70s or 80s mainly?
That's fine.
No, like what era, what decades did the first 6 come out? Is 70s and
80s.
80s mean?
80s and 90s.
Are you talking Star Trek movies? The first Star Trek movie was 1979, the motion picture, when they rebooted the TOS series after a 10-year absence, right? Because, well, the thing is,
and
TOS,
it ran through to the early 90s, like 92 or whatever it was when they did it.
Well, the thing is, TOS got canceled in 1969 due to low ratings, and so NBC wanted
only because they kept shuffling it around the time slot.
Oh, well, they put it in the death slot on Friday nights at 10 p.m., right?
Well,
so they wanted to kill
it. PvP, you need to get a hold of the 3 Mark Cushman books. These are the voyages, because he dispels that myth of the third season having bad ratings. It more than not won its time slot every Friday.
Huh.
The reason it was put in the graveyard shift is because NBC, the executives, did not like Gene Roddenberry.
Okay, well that makes sense.
That's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Well,
they're not the only ones.
There were reasons I did read about that NBC wanted to kill the show. They just
they did.
They wanted to kill it.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I do like the Lost in Space jokes. Or books jokes. Not, oh my god.
Yeah, they're good, but
really
like I said,
Pop has been reading. So
yeah,
he is a good writer. So
he's enthusiastic.
But he seems to very well dig into deep research too, which I appreciate.
Yep.
May I continue?
Yes.
Well, anyway, it seems like the decades I like are kind of spread out. I'm gonna say 70s to 80s for the Star Trek movies. Then you jump to the 90s era, which is when Stargate started to come out. And then I'm really into 70s, 80s, and appears 90s to early 2000s. Those are my eras of television I'm really into from the TV shows I like.
Okay.
From the Star Wars movies, then the Stargate TV shows, and then the 6 Star Trek movies, and then Battlestar Galactica 2003 TV show, then Farscape, and the Transformers show. Seems like I'm kind of spread out. I'm like 70s, 90s. 70s, 80s, and 90s to early 2000s to mid 2000s. That's my area of expertise with the TV shows I like into. Get into.
Very cool.
I think one thing you'll find, Dan, as you get older, you'll start to spread your thoughts wider as far as media. Because even though I was like a 60s kid, I went back and discovered a lot of great films from the 30s and 40s and 50s. I even dug into the silent era with people like Charlie Chaplin and all those great classic actors. And there's a lot of really good movies back then if you want to give them a chance. And then I dug into foreign films. There's a lot of great European films. They're subtitled often, but that didn't stop me from getting into them and discovering some really fantastic films. So I would urge you to, expand your knowledge, so to speak, because there's a lot of great stuff out there.
Tell me, are you a fan of the 3 Knuckleheads?
I have not heard of that.
It's basically a nickname of the 3 Stooges.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I thought of the 3 Stooges. Yeah.
I mean, they are knuckleheads. They are.
Oh yeah, yep. But I didn't recognize your term. But yeah, I've seen a lot of the 3 Stooges. They did a lot of short films, I believe, right? They were like 15,
for Columbia.
Yeah, they were great. I love it. Yeah, Curly and Mo and Larry.
Curly's
It wa-
grandson has a YouTube channel. I was just watching it last night.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, Three Stooges are great.
and well, I love them, but tell me, well, now there's always an ongoing debate between the fandom: Curly or Shemp.
Curly.
Curly, totally. All
I
day
say
long.
Curly too because there's just something about him that makes him so lovable. And Shemp, true, he was good, but but there's something about Curly that made us love him more. Though I'm not sure why though.
The Stooges knew that
Curly was just better. Like
right.
he was just funnier.
Yeah, the thing, the Curly Howard, unfortunately, the original Curly, he had a stroke kind
Yeah.
of early
Several.
on, and several that kept him out of the movies.
Yeah. His
and
life ended tragically. Yeah.
yeah, and then
At
they
age 49.
and then Shemp kind of took over, but then because of the Three Stooges short films being shown on television in the late 50s, mid 50s, late 50s, they were rediscovered, and they started. Columbia started making motion pictures again with the Three Stooges, with
Joe DeRita.
Joe DeRita replacing Curly Howard, and
And
so
I have to say
they
that
actually had. Yeah,
okay,
go ahead,
sorry.
Pop.
I was just going to say I always thought Joe Besser was weak. I didn't like him.
Yeah, he was very weak, but yeah, Jody Ritter was a little more reminiscent of Curly Howard. But yeah, they used to show the Three Stooges movies a lot on a local TV station when I was growing up, and I got to see the Three Stooges go to Mars on the big screen.
Oh, that's a weird movie.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
That's a weird one.
But we had this thing in our town where one of our local cinemas would show movies throughout the summer on Wednesdays, and if you cut out a coupon from our local paper, you could go to the movie with this coupon and a quarter and get an admission ticket to see the movie.
Oh,
And
nice.
so that's how I got to see some of these older films,
Cool.
like I mentioned with the Three Stooges, and I got to
Wow.
see so many of the Godzilla films that way.
Excellent.
So I take it we're all Three Stooges fans then here, huh?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
I love the Stooges. They are classic.
I saw their graves. I went and saw their graves.
oh you did.
Lucky man.
Yeah, I went on a tour of famous celebrity graves, and the first ones that I set my eyes on when I got to LA, I said, first thing I want to see is Laurel and Hardy, and then the Three Stooges, and
That's cool.
And they're all the Stooges are there.
all there, but buried in three separate locations, or all
Yeah.
separate locations, right? But
Uh-huh.
Joe DeRita is buried in the same cemetery as Oliver Hardy.
Okay.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, because
Hey,
I wasn't.
Did you take a big bunch of flowers to put on the grave spot?
Oh, it's
wondering.
interesting. Curly, there was a whole bunch of memorabilia on top of his grave. You could tell he was popular.
Oh,
People
I can
brought
imagine. Yeah.
pennies and everything. At the time, though, the concrete slab covering his grave was cracked and broken,
Oh shit.
but they've since replaced it.
That's good.
Yeah, and Mo was in a crypt next to his wife, Helen.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
And the main face of it says Moses Howard, and it was loose. I remember I poked it with my two fingers, and it was loose, and I thought that was odd.
Weird.
And Larry's in a mausoleum,
And this is all in the same cemetery?
all three different cemeteries.
Oh, separate cemeteries. Okay.
Yeah, they're all in separate cemeteries because they all died
Huh.
at different times.
I see.
Because
Oh.
even he. Well,
And in PBT, yes, I have extended my horizons. I know that the Three Stooges from the 1930s and 40s.
back then, and even I'm coughing.
Try and have a glass of water.
Yeah, take a moment, Pop. Like if you need to mute and get a glass of water, please do, man.
I'm good, thank you. Actually, yeah, I'm bringing something now, but something that okay. I learned a lot about death doing that tour. And I've discovered that a lot of people, when they're living their lives, they don't think about death. So that's why the Three Stooges, Laurel and Hardy, all these famous teams were all buried in separate cemeteries because they don't think about it. People are still that same way. So when my mother passed away in about 2001, I think it was, I immediately bought the plot right next to her because I thought about that.
Oh, that's cool.
But most people don't. But what's close, the close out of all famous couples or duos or trios that I ever saw, the closest I ever saw where they're buried together is Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon. They're only a few feet apart.
They do deserve to spend eternity together because they were
Right.
such a good team, right?
Right. I don't know if that was the decision of them or their families.
It's still cool though.
Yeah.
Can either of you do the famous curly laugh? Can either of you try to do it?
Oh, geez, I don't think I can.
I can't with my cough right
Is
now.
that like a yuck, 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 yuck kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, a wise guy.
A lot of what Curly did was ad lib because he had trouble remembering his lines.
Ooh.
Yeah, Curly did seem to be kind of out there, even when in his best days. He seemed
Yeah.
kind of out there, which is
Well,
probably why he was so fantastic. As a
That's
comedian,
when
right?
you could tell he forgot his lines whenever he would bark in their face.
It
Right.
was hilarious. So I love, Curly's one of those great comedians of all time. You just watch his performances. It's like this guy is really good.
His performing is what killed him when you think about it.
Probably,
Because he was
yeah.
he was too tough on his body because he was 24-hour acting like that. When the cameras stopped rolling, he was still very, very active. And you guys know about him shooting himself in the foot.
Yes, I do.
I'd like to hear that. I don't think I've heard that story.
When he was a kid, he shot himself in the foot accidentally.
Oh,
yeah,
dear.
on a hunting trip, I think it was.
What's that?
I think it was on a hunting trip, was it?
Yeah, it was a 22. And the doctor told him that it might be a risk that if they try to take the bullet out, he may not be able to walk properly. So they kept the bullet in there. And that's what was his inspiration when you see him drop and spin on the floor. And that's why he had that's why he had that limp. And also where he would stop and spin on one foot.
Yeah.
Huh.
Wow. For what you hear, did they leave the bullet in, or did they eventually take it out when he was older?
No, they left it in the whole time.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was there till he died.
So it didn't actually fester or didn't cause any health issues then?
Correct.
Because you'd think a foreign body in your body would
Yeah.
actually be a problem, right?
Well, I
Yeah.
know with today's technology they could probably remove it easily, but it was different back then. And
Interesting.
they may have been able to remove it, but he was too paranoid. And you guys know he was a big, big, big lover of dogs. He'd always bring dogs home and it'd drive his family crazy.
And he was also a big drinker too, wasn't he?
Party drinker all night long. That's what got to him. That's why he had the heart attacks.
That's probably one reason that
He was
screwed his health up, right?
He was also very insecure because of his head when he cut his hair. And then the way women would make fun of him, even though he had no problem getting women, and he was in love till the end, he was married to the end, he was self-conscious because he had, his head was shaved. And you guys know the episode Hold That Lion, right? That's the only one where you see all four Stooges together.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You see Curly, you see Curly's on a train, and he only gets a couple because it's got Mo, Larry, and Shemp, and they're on a train, and then Curly has a full head of hair, and he just does whoop, 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 and they walk by.
He snores.
Yes, and they interact with him, and he's got a clothespin on his nose. But the episode where he had the stroke was Hoi Polloi. By the way, I also read Mo Howard's scrapbook. I read Curly's, the book based on him, and also My Uncle Larry, the Stooge in the Middle.
Oh, okay.
So I've actually studied a lot on this. And Laurel and Hardy. I read several books about their lives. I was like addicted to the Laurel and Hardy and the Three Stooges, and I read everything I could get my hands on about them. Did you guys know that one of the requirements to be a Stooge is you could not be over 5'3"?
Oh dear.
Well, then we're all out. Then we're all out.
You can't
Well,
be
that's what-
taller than the leading man, right?
Well, and that's what, God bless him. Will Sasso did a good job as Curly in the movie, but the guy's like over 6 foot tall. So you wouldn't know unless you knew the lore of the Three Stooges
Huh.
when you're watching that movie.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah,
And I like Will Sasso. He did a good job.
Yeah, and the
I'm
reason why I know all this about the Stooges, I saw a documentary about them on YouTube. That's why.
Yeah, there's a
I-
few of them out there. I watch everything I can get my hands on.
I'm really surprised Curly was so embarrassed about his shaved head because I always thought Curly was kind of a cutie actually.
The problem
And
was,
I'm a straight guy, but I thought, he's not a bad looking man at all.
no, he wasn't. And well, before he shaved his hair, he was a real ladies' man. He was a dancer, a singer, and everything.
Oh, I can see him.
But the
getting
problem
ladies,
was, right? The problem was is people in public when they would see him, they couldn't separate the character from the actor, and people
Oh.
they'd go up and hit him on the head and all this crazy shit.
They'd want to get a hammer out and go boop boop boop.
Oh, he got a concussion more than once from that.
Oh, that's
Oh,
not
that's
good.
ridiculous.
Those damn fans, eh?
Yeah,
Blasted fans.
Oh, those damn fans.
I
Well,
know.
sometimes the fan can't separate the actor from the character. They can't.
Right.
Sometimes.
Oh, that's
Just
often the
right.
case, yes.
Keep this in mind. I also went and saw the mansion where they shot the exteriors of the Beverly Hillbillies, right? And that's infamous because they have guards out front. As soon as you pull up in front of that house, the guards will immediately harass you, get you to leave. But back when the show was on the air, people would pull up and drive up to the front door, bang on the door, and ask for Jed Clampett and Granny. In Delegates Island, people were sending letters to the network complaining, why did they go and rescue those people?
Oh my god. Yeah. That's
It's those
gotta wonder, right?
historical documents. Oh, those
Yes.
poor people.
You
Right,
really
poor
have to
people,
wonder
right?
about the intelligence level of some folks, right?
Yeah.
That's what Sherwood
Like
Schwartz says.
seriously, guys.
That's what
I'm
Sherwood
sure-
Schwartz said in his book, is that he got bags of mail that were sent to the Coast Guard.
I'm sure.
And
I'm
he
sure,
kept saying his response was, don't they see the commercials? I mean, come on.
Yeah. It's,
I'm sure Shatner and Nimoy got letters about when can I join the crew of the Enterprise too, right? So-
Right. Or in episode number 4, season 2, why did you shoot the phaser instead of the photon torpedo and that kind of crap?
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. It's like, oh my god. I can kind of understand why the actors get kind of fed up with dealing with the fan base at a certain point. Like,
That's why I love that skit that Shatner did on Saturday Night Live, the Get a Life.
Get alive.
get
Right,
a life.
Now, if I said this on the Columbo podcast forum when we were discussing William Shatner episode, the Fade into Murder episode, the first one he did. I said there's two types of. I said you can separate the Trekkies from the Trekkers with this skit. If you watch the skit and you get frustrated and you don't find it funny, you're a Trekkie. But if you laugh your ass off at it, you're a Trekker.
Yes.
That makes
Ex-
sense, actually.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
And
I was doubled over with laughter watching that because
I thought it was hilarious, but I was
It-
always amazed at how many people got totally pissed off and
Yeah.
insulted. It's like, what?
they're like, what?
Christ.
And it's like it's a joke.
SNL, right? It's satire. Like,
Yeah.
Shatner's not serious.
And of
But it
course,
hit the nail right on the head, and that's what
of
set
course,
people off, right?
yeah.
Oh man, makes you wonder, doesn't
And
it?
you know what? The Star Trek actors must love the movie Galaxy Quest. Then they must love that movie.
I
Yeah,
went
Pink
into
Floyd
that.
was awesome.
Yeah, I went into that with my fellow Trekker, and we just knew just the basics about it, and we went in there, and not only is it a parody, it is also a loving tribute to the original Star Trek.
That's
I
what's
know
so
when
great.
I first saw it, I went and saw it with my Star Trek friends, and when we walked out, I said, "That's the closest we're going to get to seeing Star Trek again."
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree,
Yeah.
and I said that on the forum. I said the last decent Star Trek movie was Galaxy Quest.
It's a great, it is a
Mhm.
great movie. It really is.
And I
It
do
is.
have to mention for actors, and separating from their characters, one thing that stands in mind, who embraced their character, and when I met them, they were in full costume,
Cool.
was Alan Hale Jr. When I met him, he was wearing the skipper costume from Gilligan's Island.
Cool.
He
That's
embraced that
awesome.
character. He embraced that character until he
Wow.
passed away. So he made appearances like at children's hospitals and conventions and signing autographs and all that. And there he was, the same clothes, the same hat.
My
And
be-
I did say, please hit me with your hat. And he did.
my best friend, when he was a child, he was at Alan Hale Jr.'s restaurant,
Yes.
and
Gosh.
because he was a small kid, he had an accident where he spilled some food on him, and he was kind of upset. And Alan Hale came over to him and helped him kind of clean up. He goes, "It's okay, little buddy."
Of course.
Wow.
Yeah, and that movie Galaxy Quest is ranked pretty high up as Star Trek movies go, even though it's not a Star Trek movie, huh?
Yeah.
Most fans do like it, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
it really is. It's both a parody and a satire, and it kind of makes fun of Star Trek, but at the same time, it's a loving tribute to Star Trek. So it shouldn't work, but it does work because it's so well done.
And it did everything right that TNG could
It
not
got
get right.
everything right. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And from what I hear, I think it's ranked number 4 of the Star Trek movies, even though it's unofficially not a Star Trek movie.
It's a really good film. If you haven't seen it, Dan, you should.
No,
really
I
check it
have,
out.
and I have it
Okay.
on DVD. I've seen it plenty of times.
Oh, good. That's good. It's a
That
great
Yeah.
movie.
that is the only thing that I can stand watching Tim Allen in.
What's funny with the they even, I mean, Tim Allen does a good Shatner by way
He
of
does. He does.
his persona in, I guess you could say the cliche persona, and also how he behaved sometimes at conventions.
Yes.
But one thing I thought was funny is when he comes back from the planet, uh,
With no shirt.
he says, I see I see you lost your shirt again, or you damaged your shirt. And that was one thing that frustrated my little sister when she would watch Star
man.
Trek, when Kirk would get his shirt torn or ripped, and she would get frustrated with that for some reason. And I go, well, Caroline, he's the captain. He's a tough guy. And
She didn't like seeing a masculine, well-built man.
no, she just, the fact that his beautiful uniform is getting ripped was just,
yeah,
she
but
fixed
he'll
she
get another
fixated
one,
on the
right?
uniform. Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
What do you think?
I actually, how many times did he actually get his uniform torn off? Like, I mean, it was less than number of women, the females he kissed during the series, but the uniform, getting ripped off must have been a close second, right?
I guess, yeah. One thing I remember, my sister, she kind of threw her hands up in the air when the one episode, I can't think, is it trying to think what episode it is, where instead of McCoy giving the hypo through the
Oh,
uniform, he rips Kirk's shirt and gives him the shot. I can't remember what episode.
think it's
a
like-
land of Troyes, I'm guessing.
No,
Or Dagger of the Mind, I think.
I think
Dagger
it's
of the Mind?
I think it's the land of Troyes right at the end when the Klingons
No,
come and
no,
attack.
because what he's talking about is Bones is giving the shot to everybody in the whole ship.
yeah,
But at that time, Captain Kirk had already realized that he loves the ship more than anything else, and he'd pretty much already gotten most of the drug through his system.
That's
Yeah.
why I think it's the land of Troyes, because
no, it's a scene where everyone needs an anecdote, and it could be even like the naked time, or
naked time.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
yeah, it's
I'll be
something.
right back.
But he rips his shirt, and my little sister just, it's like, what is going on here?
Sci-fi, Dan,
I'm sure
were you going to
there's
say
a
something?
scene. I'm
Yeah,
sure there's a scene like that in the land
I
of
know he's
Troyes.
been trying to
Always.
talk here for a minute. Go ahead, Sci-Fi Dan.
Now go
What
for
do
it,
you
sci-fi.
what do you think about the tension between Dr. Lazarus and Commander Taggart? That was pretty entertaining. The tension and the chemistry they played off each other was pretty damn well done.
Yeah, I agree with
My
that.
favorite Alan Rickman performance.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I know everyone likes Die Hard, but that's my favorite Alan Rickman performance.
Now Rick
Yeah,
was a,
it's solid.
he was a damn good actor. He's passed away since, has he not?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
I
He
think
was
it's been
a
what
damn good actor, though.
it's been what nearly a decade since he passed, or what?
At least, yeah.
I'm not sure. I
And
haven't
I'm,
actually checked up, but
and
I've
I'm
heard that they did.
right. Another thing that I'm so happy about is the fact they got Sigourney Weaver in there because it was completely different than her alien character.
And
Yeah.
who else did not have a crush on her in that movie?
I know, right?
Yeah, she was rather fetching in that.
You're talking about the first Alien movie, I'm guessing.
No, we're talking about Sigourney Weaver in Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. Well, hell yes, of course. I mean, Sigourney Weaver in anything, would be fetching as far as I'm concerned.
She's another one that still looks great.
Yeah.
Well, I still remember, was it at the end of Alien when she's like down to her panties or whatever? And I'm
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
oh my good Lord, I can just die happy now.
I got it.
Yeah, but then the alien pops up in the ship then.
Yeah.
When you think about it, that's what made it more scarier, that scene, because she was more vulnerable.
Right.
That's what made Ripley such a great character. The trouble is they kind of screwed it up in the third one, didn't they?
Agreed.
Well,
they did.
let's not talk about the third film.
They shaved her hair off and made her look like a man. And
yeah.
I mean, we did a Friday stream on Jill's channel about Alien 3, and I actually didn't mind it. Like, I thought it was going to be total shit. And I watched it and it's like, well, this movie has elements that are interesting, but coming down from the first two is like, really? I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't like it at all.
Yeah,
it
was entertaining in some spots, but
I almost walked out.
Way too long.
And there was one where
plotting.
And there was one where action. There was one too where, is that the same one where she was like they had like an alien hybrid clone of her and the alien or some shit?
No, she's impregnated by an alien at the end of the movie. She's gonna die.
And Pop, you're thinking about the fourth one, and that was
very depressing.
Bad. The fourth, you're thinking about the fourth anime that came out in the 90s. And the one word I could say about Alien 3, I mean, this may be very optimistic on my part, I found it disappointing and boring.
Yeah, I agree to that.
I agree. It was very slow paced. I found some good elements in it, but overall, it's not a film I ever want to watch again. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that movie with one of my pals, and Nathan was his name, and he hadn't seen the prior two films, and so
the first two were great.
Well, let me rephrase that. I think he saw the first one, but not the second, because we went to that, and I was like, I usually do this. I was apologizing. I said, well, I'm sorry about this movie was so bad. If I had known that, I wouldn't have even suggested it. And I had him over later in the week, and I said, I'll show you Aliens, to show you a really good alien movie. And we're watching it, and we hadn't even gotten to where it's well, we got to the part where the salvagers are cutting into Ripley's escape ship, and they find that there's this, she's asleep, she's in hibernation, and they can't salvage the ship. And they bring her back. The opening where they're doing that, my friend turns to me and goes, I like this movie better already.
Exactly.
I'm not surprised.
And he really enjoyed it. He liked the relationship between Ripley and Newt, and we were, and he learned that way totally, that why I was so disgusted with the fact that the third movie has killed Newt off right in the beginning of the film, and it was just a damn shame that they did that.
I think
killing off Newt and Dix was just the more.
Yeah, they killed off Michael Baine's character.
Everything after the first two.
Is it? Yeah, it's Hicks, right? Hicks.
Hicks or
Yeah.
Dix, I think his name was.
Yeah, Hicks.
Get this
Yeah.
though, they're
I'm
planning-
Hudson, sir. He's Hicks.
They're
I'm-
doing
I'm-
another Alien film soon, aren't they? I've heard about it.
Yeah, probably. It's Disney now, so it's going to
Which
be
is
all
like-
woke.
Yeah, it's going to be
Insane,
garbage.
beyond insane. It's like
Well, yeah, remember now, that's the one I was talking about. It's got a crew of little kids on the ship.
the thing is, nobody's given a crap about Alien for like 20 years now. Like, oh, let's spend $100 million making another piece of garbage that will be airing in empty theaters and will make $0 fucking dollars at the box office because we are so smart and the fans are so stupid.
I admit-
Oh,
you, guys,
frustrating.
Go ahead, Dan.
you guys may find this a little controversial, but you probably know it just by what I like. I actually prefer Aliens over Alien. You probably know why I prefer Aliens, given what I like in my background.
I
If I
agree
know
with
why I
you,
like
Dan.
it.
I like the second movie too because it's a lot more. It's got a lot more momentum. It's a great action film.
Yeah.
Well, because it's due to the success of the first one, they had a lot more money to spend.
Well, the first film was fantastic, but it's more of like suspenseful
What-
horror.
What's
where the
weird?
second one is more like action picture.
Yeah. What's weird about the first one is, and this is a direct line of dialogue from the captain. He says, "Break out weapons," and they don't really have weapons. They have to improvise
Oh,
the ones that they actually use in the film. And it's like, break out weapons. Okay, where are the guns? And so in the Aliens, we get plenty of guns.
Hello, Nemesis. Good to see you. Welcome.
hey, Nemesis.
A nemesis. Plus, it also depends on what your taste is for what type of movies. I mean, I prefer action sci-fi. That's why
Right.
that's why I prefer Aliens over Alien, because I really don't care for suspense horror very much. I
And
don't
I
care for it.
see, right, and I like the first one because I like the horror. Not to
thing
mention, I was on
I
after
like-
when I saw it.
I like
Yeah.
all those kinds of films. It just depends on how well done they are. Is the thing for me. It's like I can love a slow-paced film that builds and builds and builds and has got a really good story, or I can love a fast-paced, kick-ass action movie too. I mean, it's just like if it's good and if it's well done, you got my attention, right?
Yeah. Is it all right if I tell you guys a little anecdote about me seeing the first Alien movie for the first time?
Sounds
Sure.
good.
Yeah, I didn't get to see its first showing because I was at work, but some of us from work went down to see the movie on its second showing. So we saw the 9 o'clock show,
Hmm.
and we had to travel down to a big theater from Ames, Iowa to Des Moines, Iowa. We went to the River Hills Theater to see Alien, and so it's opening night. We're standing in line outside the theater waiting to get in for the second show. And there's this gentleman that struck up a conversation with me and my friends. And he kind of looked like Jerry Garcia. and he had kind of that attitude. And we were talking
Oh,
about
my.
science fiction films and, Star Wars, Star Trek and all that. And the first showing got let out, and they're walking by us, and this hippie like woman comes up to the Jerry Garcia gentleman, and they both know each other, and they're talking. He goes and he asks the woman, "Well, what'd you think of the movie?" And she just kind of had this faraway look in her eyes, and she goes, "It was beautiful." And and once we got inside the theater,
Wow.
we that scene where they're hunting for the smaller alien, and it's a shock cut to or a jump scare with Jonesy the cat.
Right.
My coworker, his name is Eric. He was sitting next to me, and that jump scare made him literally jump out of his seat, and he got a Charlie horse cramp as the
no.
result of that. So that's a my little alien memory from the first showing.
See, for me, I appreciate and I absolutely love scary horror movies. And I mean, where it's scary. They're very, very, very rare. And so I was not happy when they turned Alien into an action movie.
So you're
Well,
not
they
a
had-
fan.
They
I can
lost the
understand
element.
that, but like,
Yeah, they the first movie is a haunted house, and they shifted gears and made it more of an action movie for the second, just to change
Right.
things up. But I think they complement one another really well.
Yeah, plus the second one builds on the lore of the universe too. It does.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it introduces the element of a queen and the hive mind of the aliens. I found that interesting.
Yeah.
Nemesis, what were you going to say?
I don't remember, but hello everyone, and hello
Sorry
chat.
about that.
Hello.
Have we
Yeah,
met
no,
before?
it's all good.
Have we met
No,
before? Have we met before, Nemesis?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think we have.
On the Train to Busan stream.
Okay, because that name looks familiar on the panel. That's why.
Yeah, you were both
Oh
on
yeah,
the Train to
I've met you
Busan
before. You
stream.
said that before.
Yeah, you guys were both on my stream Tuesday for Train to Busan. And that reminds me, before I forget again, which I keep forgetting, Tuesday I did look, and Tuesday is supposed to be a sci-fi movie. So I wanted your guys' opinion. Do you think I should show The Running Man?
With Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah,
And I have seen that movie too on TV. I have.
that means it was probably edited, right?
Well, for commercials, yes.
Well, if not only commercials, but anything that's questionable.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I mean, I personally haven't seen it pop. So
yeah, because we did Total Recall a few weeks ago, and I'm trying to think of something that's if I had a choice, it would be Silent Running, but that might be a little slow for some people. So I'm trying to think of something that's going to be a crowd pleaser that'll keep people interested.
Well, I think I haven't seen Running Man, but I hear it's a great film, so I'd be totally happy with watching that. But I do agree, Silent Running would be a great one, but it is kind of slow paced, so it might not appeal to everybody.
I know, right?
Nowadays, Running Man is perfect satire. Nowadays, it is.
It is. It's very, very topical too with what's going on, especially AI and all that crap. So maybe we'll do that. The reason why I was asking is I need to post on my community tab because it's already a Saturday night, and I want to give everybody a chance to watch it before Tuesday.
Oh, Lemon Pie is alone in the chat.
I know. Once again, I'm behind. Lemon Pie says dough, and Lemon Pie says to see Nemesis, and I facing off. Here's a link to see Nemesis and I facing off. Oh, that's interesting. Nemesis Beaton says, probably be Boone in that situation. I'd shoot faster, but I feel you would have better accuracy with revolvers, Lemon Pie. And I want to say real quick, at one of my Star Trek conventions, I did meet Michael Biehn. He came out. It was a surprise. The audience was not expecting it. But he had this girlfriend with him that was a goth chick. And she had so much makeup on. She was hideous. And I remember we were all thinking, he's a handsome man. You think he could find something so much better? But I don't know. I thought that was odd.
It's whatever appeals
Each
to
to their
a
own.
man.
Maybe
It's
she
whatever-
was a real good,
Yeah,
good in
yeah,
bed or something, you know?
yeah. Maybe she made him happy. Taylor Swift said, "Greater than Disney." Hello, Taylor Swift. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Lemon Pie says, "Well, I'm Raylon. Okay, I'll take it." And Lemon Pie said, "I should have used the." I don't know what these links mean, but Lemon
Oh, don't
Pie
worry
says,
about it, Pop.
It shows the aftermath. And Lemon Pie says, "Hey, Taylor Swift is greater than Disney Field, Disney-fied,
Disney-fied, yeah.
and Star Wars and Marvel Cinematic Universe." Lemon Pie says, "PvP kisses more ladies than Kirk."
I was gonna say that, but then you said it out loud.
Oh, I wish I did. I wish I did.
Nemesis of Eden says, I'm very conscientious about death. Lemon Pie says, Nemesis, I seem to remember them discussing that earlier. Are you in the past on the stream?
I sure
He's
was.
Or he's now in the present. Nemesis of
Yeah,
Eden
I was like a
says,
time traveler.
thanks, Lemon, I was. And Lemon Pie says, Nemesis, I've done that before. Lemon Pie says, so horny Weaver. Yeah. Nemesis of Eden says the third film was okay. I liked the ending. And
I did.
Nemesis says the fourth alien film was a guilty pleasure for me. Oh, well, that's interesting.
Once again, talking about the alien films.
Right, that's the one, right, where it was cloned or
Yeah,
it had a hybrid alien baby or whatever.
Yes.
Lemon Pie says, how are you doing, Nemesis?
I'm doing well, Lemon. Thanks for asking, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
How are you doing?
I'm glad to see you on the panel, Nemesis. I'm glad you're able to join us.
Yeah, I'm glad you are still going on, Pop. It's good to see you, buddy.
Yeah.
As well as everyone else.
Likewise, Lemon Pie says, Nemesis on the panel, and he's waving. Or he or she. Lemon Pie says, now I'm alone in the chat.
So, Pops,
Well, it says here that we have 7 people watching. I don't know if that's true, but supposedly there should be more than just you, Lemon.
so I take it you're one of those people that actually prefers the original Alien over the sequel Aliens.
Well, because they got further away from horror and more into like Halloween. I love the first one, and then it just got ridiculous after that. It's hard to do a sequel to a scary movie and still maintain that horror.
Well, what I mean is, so your ranking of the Alien movies is Alien, then Aliens, then whatever is below that. In other words, for me, it's Aliens, then Alien. That's how I am.
That's fine. The reason why
Yeah.
Aliens is what it is because they hired James Cameron because he was a special effects expert, and they were talking about the movie and what kind of plot and budget and all that. And he walked up to the chalkboard and he just wrote Alien and then wrote a $sign after it. So basically, Aliens is just Alien with more aliens.
There you go.
Yeah, but didn't he also make it a $sign too with the S?
Yeah, that's what I said is a $sign. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I was lucky or unlucky enough when I went to Universal Studios as a kid. They had Alien, the ride, kind of. It was like a theatrical experience. So like, they showed us a bunch of clips from the Alien part, and it was up on this massive, like IMAX has nothing on those screens at Disney. And like, it was interesting because like they showed the whole tunnel sequence and like, there would be like hot steam on the back of your breath and you could feel the alien gripping your chair and it would like hiss in the back of behind you and stuff. So it was really interesting and interactive, but I had no idea that this was even a film. So like I was spoiled to it super early.
That's an interesting perspective. So you rode the ride before you saw the movies.
I did.
Nemesis. How did you see the fourth Alien movie? Did you see it on TV or do you have it on DVD?
I have it on both. I have it on DVD. I have the whole set on DVD.
Well, so do
and
I.
I've seen it on TV.
I would say that the fourth movie, it's bad, but it's more of a guilty pleasure, which I would agree with you on that one. It is. It's a bad movie, but it is a guilty pleasure.
I have to mention, because you said Alien the Ride, is one time I was at Universal Studios and they used to have E.T. the Ride.
Oh, I went on that.
You went on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember they had an E.T. Animatronic, kind of like Chuck E. Cheese's, and it was an E.T. animatronic. And when you walked in and you were in line, they would come along and ask you for your name. And then at the end of the ride, as the cars were exiting and leaving, E.T. would say goodbye and then your name. And goodbye, and then your name with the next person. Goodbye with the next person. And I remember people were saying shit like suck balls and jack me off and all that stuff. I loved it.
I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
They are asking for trouble, aren't they, Bob?
Yeah.
I was going to ask Pop this, but maybe he's still listening in. I guess Pop prefers the original Terminator over Terminator 2 then, since he likes horror more.
I didn't find the first one scary, so I prefer the second one.
Terminator
Well, so
2
do
is,
I.
Terminator 2 is much better.
Yeah, I would agree. The story comes first. It does.
Terminator 1 is great, but Terminator 2 is fantastic.
Yeah, perfect
It's
example.
one of the few movies where you think of the sequel before you think of anything else.
The sequel.
Yeah, it's one of the few sequels that surpasses the original film, right? Nemesis.
Right.
Yeah.
But a perfect example where you just cannot make a sequel to a good horror movie is Exorcist. The sequel, Exorcist to the Heretic, was god awful. It almost destroyed Richard Burton's career. I don't think I've ever seen a sequel to a horror movie that was scary, now that I think about it. They always turned into more of the same, just more of the same, more of the same, like Halloween and all the rest of them. I could count on one hand how many movies that I would actually consider and deem scary.
That's
And
the
that's
trouble
sad.
with sequels, right? Most of them are just a pale imitation of the first film.
Well, and now they don't try to make movies scary anymore. Now they're just trying to appeal like to teenage little girls. So they're not even seriously trying to make a scary movie anymore.
So who was
Well,
the
what are your
better-
scary movies, Pop? Like, I want to know your top 5 that you can actually think are scary.
I'd have to think about it, but I know I would say definitely The Exorcist, Exorcist, Alien, the very first Halloween. And I know a lot of people are saying, but I saw that on TV. It wasn't scary. At the theaters, it was. You got to remember, it was before Friday the 13th or any of that crap. And with the music, it was amazing. It would pull you in.
So who was the better villain in the Terminator movies? Arnold Schwarzenegger or Neil or
T-1000.
Yeah, but what is the actor's name? It's at the tip of my tongue. You know, what is the name?
It's Robert Patrick.
Yeah,
he was in the last few seasons of X-Files, right?
Yeah, and I found that T-1000 actually more damn scary than the Arnold Schwarzenegger one from the first movie.
Right. And it really progressed CGI. So I liked it for that. It was really well done.
Not only that, Robert was one of the few people, he learned to not blink when he was firing the shots, whereas Arnold couldn't do that, so he had to wear sunglasses.
Yes, I have heard that. And PvP, speaking of the last few seasons of X-Files.
Yep.
Did you see the episode Sunshine Day?
I gave up on X-Files, I think, after season 7 or so.
Well, Sunshine Day is where the Brady Bunch is in it.
I'll just give you a backstory on X-Files. They actually filmed it here in BC for the first 5 years. And I think those are the best 5 seasons of the show. After that, it starts to go. Season 6 is good when they moved it down to LA.
I couldn't make it through the first season.
Oh, no, first 5 I think are really great. There's some.
That's fine. I know it was popular.
There's some fantastic episodes, Bob. But
I know I've heard.
You asked my opinion. I'm just going to share it quickly.
No, actually, I was trying to tell you about Sunshine Day, but that's okay. Go ahead.
I don't know if I ever saw that. I mean, I haven't seen X-Files in like 20 years, so my memory's not like that good. Anyway, I was going to say it was good when they were filming it in BC, and then Mulder, what's his name, the actor? Oh God, I can't remember his fucking name. Mulder, the actor, he was bitching about
David Duchovny.
David Duchovny. He's like, oh, it rains so much in Vancouver. Bitch, moan, bitch. I'm a high-paid actor, having a great life, and it's like bitch, moan. So of course they moved it to LA just to please, Duchovny. And season 6 was okay. Season 7 was a mixed bag, and I gave up on the show after that because I thought the quality went so far downhill. So
how many seasons are there?
There's like 11.
Oh, longer than Stargate.
There's a lot of seasons, yeah.
The reason why I want to mention
I don't think I saw the episode you saw mentioned, though, Bob.
The episode that I'm talking about, and I only watched that one episode, none of the other seasons, because I'm a Brady Bunch fan. And it's an episode where this man is obsessed with the Brady Bunch, and he's got mental powers where he's living in a normal house. From the outside, it looks like just a regular house. But on the inside, they actually rebuilt the entire Brady Bunch house on the inside. And he was living with the Brady Bunch, and they had actors portraying the Brady Bunch. But what happened, it starts out with two boys in a car. One of them is played by Bud Bundy. And his friend is telling him, that's the Brady Bunch in there. And he's like, oh, no way, no, come on, no way. And yeah, I'll show you. And they go and they peek through the curtains, and they see Alice preparing dinner and all that with the Brady Bunch sitting around the table. And then the kid is like, he couldn't believe it. And the friend breaks in, and then the guy with the mental powers kills him. So the plot is that he kills anybody who interferes with his dream. But it was amazing because they reconstructed the entire Brady Bunch house, and they had actors. They only showed them from a distance playing the different characters. But being a fan of the Brady Bunch, I thought it was an amazing episode. I've never seen any of the other ones.
Pops, what did you think of the Saw movies? If you saw any of them, because I haven't. Since you're a horror fan, what did you think of the Saw movies?
Well, they weren't scary, but I liked like the first, I think 2. I think I got bored after that.
I would agree with that. Like the first one's really good. It's actually like it's very suspenseful, very tense. The second one suffers from sequel syndrome, so they up the game with like everything, the traps and everything like that. And then like if you're into just like gore without like very much story, it's a series I would probably recommend to people, but I kind of gave up on it like Pop.
And that reminds me, another movie you asked me earlier about in my top 5 of actual scary horror movies, and that's the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. If you saw it when it was new at the theaters.
I saw it as a child, randomly flicking through, and I caught one of the scariest scenes, and it traumatized me for life.
I'm glad to hear that. No offense.
Yeah,
none taken.
I saw it. They had it on the screen in a bar when I was drinking beer with my buddies back then, and I just couldn't watch it. I just had to turn my head away because it was, to me, it was just grossing me out because I was not a big gore fan back in my 20s. So
you go watch it now and you'll find out there's very little gore.
Oh, I might love it now, but back then I was like, oh fuck, this is god awful shit.
Yeah, it was implied. It was all implied, and it was masterfully done. And once again, it was shot on 16 millimeter, which gave it that documentary look, which made it all the better.
By the way, Pop.
Hey, Pops, I've got to bow out here now, but thanks for having me on the stream.
All right,
thank
you. Well, yeah, it was my pleasure. Glad to have you here.
See you, Stone Bracket. Maybe I'll see you on my stream.
Nice to hang out with you, man.
Yeah, it's nice hanging out with all of you. And
before you dip out, I have a question.
Oh, certainly.
Okay, I was looking at the book on Amazon, Rod Serling's Night Gallery and After Hours Tour, the one you were talking about with the guy, Scott Skelton.
Yeah.
Is that a good book to go along with if I cover Back Gallery for behind the scenes info and all that? Or
it's the definitive book on Night Gallery. It's very, very good. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, there's only one left available, and it's a paperback for $41.72, but I'll snag it.
Yeah, I have the original edition of that book, and I also have their expanded edition, which is quite pricey, but I was willing to fork out the money for it.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, I'll add you to our stream group, and you're welcome on our anytime you want to come and join us on our Lost in Space or any of the other streams.
Oh, on the panel?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
If you want to.
Yeah, I might take you up on that. Especially for the questing beast. No,
okay.
No, being a little sarcastic there, but yeah, that would be.
I remember, and I don't know if I want to.
Yeah, but anyway, thanks for all that, Pops, and.
I'm glad to have you here. Would you like to share anything about your channel before you dip out?
I have no channel. I have no channel. I'm not a content creator, but you can find me on Twitter at Largo6583. And I mentioned that I posted on the Colombo Podcast Forum at colombopodcast.com. And I also posted for the first season on a Star Trek podcast.com discussion forum. I posted both places as Largo. That's my alias there. I also post on the Blu-ray.com forum, and I post there as The Cat. And you can see pictures of my two beautiful cats, Chico and Harpo, at the Blu-ray.com forum, especially the Kino Lorber discussion thread there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's a situation where whenever I show what recent purchases I've made for Kino Lorber Blu-rays, the people there insist that I take pictures of these Blu-rays alongside my cats. So,
very cool. And Kino Lorber puts out some good stuff.
oh, excellent stuff. I hope you have their Night Gallery Blu-rays.
No, not yet, but I'm planning on that for the stream that I'm going to cover.
Yeah, they put out all three seasons, but I'm not just to warn you, I'm not a fan of the third season at all, and I only have the first two seasons of Night Gallery on DVD and as well as on the Kino Lorber Blu-rays.
Yeah, that was famously where they were taking away a lot of creative control from Rod Serling, and he wasn't happy either.
Oh, he was extremely unhappy. Yeah.
Yeah, stupid, so stupid.
Yeah. But anyway, thanks again, and I'll say goodnight to all of you, and I hope to see you soon on another live stream, either here or on Jill's channel.
You have been a racket.
Yep. See you soon, sir.
I'll explain my name maybe on your next Rumblings.
It's a joke, and you know it. It's a joke.
It's a nickname from childhood.
Okay.
But anyway, okay. Bye-bye now.
Take care, buddy.
Yeah. Good night.
Rocket. Have a good one, man.
You too. Good night.
That was excellent. It's always great to have somebody new on the panel.
It's always nice to have somebody new that's really good on the panel too, because it doesn't happen that often, right?
I know, and no offense to the young people, but he's old school and he remembers all the old memories like us old geezers do.
We old farts, eh? Pop.
Right. And he's excited about Night Gallery, which is great.
Oh, Night Gallery is kind of it's like the little sister to Twilight Zone.
Right, the red-haired bastard stepchild.
It
Twilight
don't
Zone.
get the respect. It's like, well, Twilight Zone is, the kid that's going to succeed. It's the miracle kid that's going to do, invent the atom bomb or, change the world. And it's like, oh, Night Gallery's like that ugly little sister with braces and geeky glasses that nobody wants to date, right? Kind of thing,
It is, and it's great. That's why I can't wait till we cover it.
That's going to be what
I think people. One season of the third season of Gilligan's Island, and then the 3 movies to finish.
So Gilligan's what, 20-something episodes for season?
I haven't looked, but I know the last 2 seasons were like 30, 31, 32.
Damn, it's going to be like a year before you get to Night Gallery then.
Well, I do 2 episodes every week, so maybe I'll
6
try to get through it quick.
Next spring. I can wait. I am very patient.
I added that book to my cart. I'm going to order. I know it's pricey. I can't really afford it, but I love the show. And if this book is anything like the Mark Cushman Lost in Space books, I've got to have it.
His books do seem to be very, very thoroughly researched. I'm very impressed by them.
Yeah, and it's got excellent reviews.
Now, the Lost in Space stuff you've done over the last, year or whatever, it's like his book has been fantastic. There's so much behind the scenes stuff. That's what amazes me. It's like somebody was actually there making notes. It's like, well, January 15th, they had tuna sandwiches. It's like, what the,
Yep.
how the hell do you get that kind of detail?
And also
I mean,
interviews
seriously.
Hey,
with
Pop,
yes.
we have more chats, just so you know.
I was looking at that. I'm
That's when
trying
we
to
needed Gorilla. Okay, chat time.
constant
I'll shut up.
regret.
I'll shut up.
Lemon Pie says I had it busy as F week, but I'm good. Well, I'm glad it's getting better, Lemon Pie. Cody Guy is waving hello, Cody Guy. Lemon Pie says, hey, Cody Guy. And hello, Adam Gray. Don't be lonely, Lemon Pie. Good to see you, Adam Gray. Welcome. And Taylor Swift is showing, I think those is waving. And Taylor Swift says, oh my goodness, LOL. Taylor Swift says, I had to study T2 in a film class. Wow. I did like 12 Angry Men and stuff like that, but yeah, I would have no complaints with T2. And Adam Gray says Exorcist 3 is great. That one's a mixed bag because you either like it or hate it. I remember it won, if anybody's aware of the Golden Raspberry Awards, it won Golden Raspberry for George C. Scott, where he was voted the worst actor of the year. And I remember that was odd because he's a really good actor. Lemon Pie says, welcome, Adam Gray. Adam Gray says, Bride of Frankenstein is better than Frankenstein. Yeah, I'm not going to. They're both so good. I don't know. You could be right. And I can't wait to cover those either. I need to do that because I'm already covering the Hammer Frankenstein movies and Dracula. So I need to do the old Universal ones. Adam Gray says, Patrick only blinks once in T2. It's amazing. Yeah, he did
It's a great skill.
performance. Taylor Swift says, true, Gray. And Taylor Swift says, saw Bride last year in the theater. Oh, wow, that's got to be amazing. I would love that. Elsa Lanchester was so hot. She was also one of my, yeah, she was also one of my favorite Night Gallery episodes.
Gorgeous in her day, man. Yeah.
Adam Gray says, Swifty, now I'm jealous. And Taylor Swift says, wow, Bud Bundy. Yes, it's a very good episode. And Adam Gray says, Dawn of the Dead is better than Night of the Living Dead. You know, it's got more budget and the lights are on, I guess you could say, because it's in color, not black and white. But I found the first one scarier. And also, I was exposed to the first one when I was a little kid. I remember my sister bitching, saying, oh, that's too scary. I was like, come on, you're 7 years old. Get over it. Adam Gray says, Dawn of the Dead is better than Night of the Living. There we go. Sorry. And Taylor Swift sends, I think those are like steaks.
Meat.
Yep.
Well, hello, Cody Guy. Hello, Adam Gray. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out with Lemon. Appreciate it.
Yes, and the 1990 remake by Tom Savini of Dawn of the Dead, or Night of the Living Dead, is actually pretty good for a remake.
That's because it's Tom Savini, of course. Which, of course, I do hope one day, not thinking of Tom Savini as a practical effects and whatnot, but we need to cover, oh, God damn it, Terrifier 2, and I don't think Gorilla's going to be able to handle it. And I don't think Suzanne's going to be able to handle it, but we should still cover it.
It might be a little too much for PvP as well.
Yeah.
Pops, have you seen Adam Gray before in your chat?
Wait, right before what? I'm sorry.
Have you seen Adam Gray before in your chat, or is he new to you?
As far as I know, I think he might be new. If he isn't, I'm sorry I forgot Adam Gray, but I'm glad to see you, and you're most welcome. And good to see you. I like your opinions already.
Because I haven't seen him in your chat before. That's why.
I'm getting new subs all the time. So Adam Gray may be a new sub. And Adam Gray said Night of the Living Dead is scarier, but Dawn is more engaging. Yes, I agree with that. George Romero is hands down the king of zombie movies, or the king of zombies. And that's why I didn't like the remake of Dawn of the Dead with, wasn't it Bryan Singer or one of those people?
I haven't seen it, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I mean, it was okay. I don't mind fast running zombies. I love Return of the Living Dead.
What
But
about
the
28 Days Later?
no, I didn't like that because I thought that was
Okay.
more like a crazy illness. It wasn't exactly like zombies, in my opinion.
That's fair.
But the remake of excuse me, Dawn of the Dead, they were running fast, and I didn't like that because that's just not George Romero zombie. I think it was Brian Singer, one of those directors. I can't remember, but I know a lot of people like that movie, so I hope I'm not offending anybody. Adam Gray says, "Cheers, everyone! Cheers, Adam Gray."
Cheers, Adam Gray.
I wish I could say cheers and toast to you as well. But I do eventually, as far as zombie movies, I want to do. I want to eventually cover Dead Alive, and I want to cover Cemetery Man, and I want
Oh
to
my
cover
God.
Zombie 2. I mean, there's so many I want to cover.
Gorilla can't handle Dead Alive.
Tell
Well,
me,
he might be able to, but sorry, Sit Dan. I keep cutting you off.
tell me, what are those zombie movies that are more like comedies when with their dead is Rose back from the toxic spill or something? The one of those movies.
You're talking about Chad?
What's it called?
Well, I don't know the name of it. I'm describing what's in the movie. Like zombies that come back to life due to some type of toxin in
Oh,
a
that's
barrel.
Return of the Living Dead. Return of the Living Dead.
Because I have seen it on TV as well.
Ooh. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You have my condolences.
Because it was pretty funny. It was.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Well, that shows right there that it's still enjoyable, even though they hacked it for TV. But oh my God, anytime they put a good horror movie on television, it's terrible. Lemon Pie, it says cheers. Has anybody seen the werewolf movie Silver Bullet?
No,
Nope.
I haven't. Well,
I remember you put it up in the poll, and no one voted for it
well, Pops.
Yeah, because they never saw it, right?
Well, Pops.
because people are silly.
Well, Pops. Well, describe the movie, and maybe I've seen it before. I just don't know the title of it. Like,
Corey-
what is the movie about? What is the movie
Corey-
about?
Corey Haim and his sister and his uncle Red, played by Gary Busey. It's about a small town. It's the title of the movie is Stephen King's Silver Bullet, and it's one of the very few Stephen King movies that I like. But it's just about a small town where there's a werewolf killing people, and it's almost like a whodunit where the little boy and the little girl. The little boy is handicapped; he's in a wheelchair, and him and his sister they go through the town trying to figure out who's the werewolf. And it's a really good little small werewolf movie.
Then no, I haven't seen it because I thought I may have seen it. I just don't know the title of it.
And I know every time people talk about werewolves, everybody brings up American Werewolf in London. But
Either that or the Halloween.
yeah, I covered the Howling on one of my streams. Nemesis didn't like it.
Boring.
And
It was not good.
And I have seen that movie too. When it was on when a TV channel was doing old movies. I found it somewhat boring too.
Well, it had back then it was different. Movies were different back then. They're not like now where they start off with, immediately with action. It was trying
It's
to
not even the action, Pop. It's the story. It's the script. It's the dialogue. I didn't care about the characters. It was just, it didn't enthrall me. The only thing that riveted me was the sex scene. I was just like, oh, yeah, hell yeah, here we go.
And for me, I would say it was the effects.
And that's fair. Your breakdown of it made it much more enjoyable. Like me just watching it by myself, not good. But to have you explain it and to have you explain about how he's enjoying the kill and whatnot really added a lot. So if you guys haven't seen it, check out that movie review, the stream, because Pop provides a lot of in-depth and genuine passion for that film.
Which one of the Howling was it when the werewolf bit the girl and she transformed in front of the TV camera?
That's the one we're talking about, the first one.
Mm.
That was Dee Wallace. I love her. She's also one of the top 5 scream queens of all time.
Yeah, because that scene pops out for me. That's why.
Yeah, she was also in Cujo, which is another really good movie, despite being written by Stephen King. Not to mention, she was the mom in E.T. And she still looks great. She's another one that still looks great.
And Pops and VP, like, I have seen horror movies. I'm just very in variety in the eras and years they come out. I am somewhat
Perfect.
familiar with them, but not a whole lot.
Perfect. That's great.
But overall, I just don't care for them, though.
That's fine. And I do.
But then horror is not really my type of thing, though.
That's okay. That's how a lot of people feel about horror. That's totally fine. Let me ask you this. Is it because you were exposed to it as a little kid and you didn't like it? Ooh, who did we lose? PvP. Is it because you were exposed as a little kid and you didn't like it? Or because you were not exposed as a little kid and you didn't see them until later on?
No, I was exposed to them as a little kid, and I was scared shitless of them.
Okay.
I mean, the reason why I'm afraid of snakes because of that movie Anaconda. I was afraid of that damn snake, and I hate snakes because of that movie. I hate it.
When was the last time you saw it?
I don't know, about 15 years ago.
I guarantee you, if you watched it tomorrow, you come back and say, "Wow, I can't believe it scared me. The CGI is so obvious."
See, and like it's funny because like I can totally see where Sith Dad's coming from that, because like even back in the day, like scenes from Congo terrified me, and you look at it now and you're just like, Jesus, really? But like I remember growing up with watching, there was a horror movie channel called Shadow Lane, and they played a bunch of different stuff, but they did, I think it was like King Cobra or something, where like they had this giant animatronic King Cobra snake, and it was fantastic. It would like spew acid on people and like melt them and shit. It was fucking awesome.
And that I had not seen.
Oh my goodness. I'll have to find it and rewatch it and see if it's worthy.
Adam Gray says Return of the Living Dead is fantastic. And I agree with you, Adam. Lemon Pie says Nemesis and Pop, you can vote, but you better vote for what we want. Just kidding. We do our best. I think we've been doing pretty good so far. And Nemesis Beat says, damn right, Lemon. And Lemon Pie says, I'm into sci-fi and not horror and got exposure plenty before to horror. Well, that's great. See, I'm crazy. I'm the outlier. My mom took us to see The Exorcist when I was like, I think 8 or 9. And I loved it. I loved the feel of being scared. It was like being in a haunted house, a thrill ride, the exhilaration and the adrenaline. And I was hooked. I loved the makeup, the gore. I wanted to know how it was done. So that's how I became a fan of the great Stan Winston. And I don't know, I've loved and I've appreciated horror ever since. But it's got to be scary. That's why most horror these days, they're not scary anymore. They're just, like I said, cheap jump scares for little girls. Sorry, go ahead, Nemesis.
And see, I was just gonna say, like, I'm really lucky in the fact that I grew up in like the 90s and 2000s and the aughts, and like I got to play games like Resident Evil 2 and Silent Hill, and like these are interactive horror games, right? Like,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like it hit me on a whole different level, and I'm really thankful that I was able to experience stuff like that, and so that was a huge introduction to horror on my part. Games like Parasite Eve with the body horror, like before I saw The Thing, I was playing Parasite Eve, and it was incredible.
Did
So
you
what do
finally
you-
get those games scary?
Oh, dude, as a kid, terrifying. And one of the big things was the music. Because back in the day, the horror games had terrifying music, like the soundtrack for Resident Evil 2, the original one. Fantastic. To this day, I still am uncomfortable by the second floor theme. It by itself, and then you throw that as like a kid and this is back in my day. There wasn't like it is now where it's all realistic and whatnot. This is all super polygon, but in my mind, it was it was as real as it was.
And see, that's how I feel about the theme from Halloween, the first one.
Oh, dude, iconic, right? Like, oh,
Yeah, I love it. I bought the. I even had. I'm old. I had the cassette tape. I had the CDs. All that.
Nemesis,
that's awesome.
Nemesis, what are you in your late 30s or early 40s?
Mid 30s.
Because I'm 28. I'm trying to guess your age just by what movies you saw. That's why.
And how you doing, baby?
Oh,
Baby,
I was
haven't
very.
heard from you.
Yeah, dude, you okay? Too much eggnog? What's going on?
Maybe he's muted. Okay, that's okay.
No,
baby.
I'm fine, guys. I've just been looking up researching X-Files because sadly I know Pop hasn't watched this show, and there's a lot of great. I'm just looking up one of my favorite all-time episodes, trying to find a good copy online, and I finally just found one a couple minutes ago. Good timing there, Nemesis. I am
Oh,
okay,
excellent.
and there's been no eggnog in the stores for over a month now, so I'm eggnog free. Gotta
Oh,
say,
no.
proud to say it, but I'm eggnog free.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm going to put it in the private chat because I don't want to post it public. Pop can decide later.
Well, I know I do want to eventually see the episode with Peter Boyle because I love him.
This is the
And
one.
everybody talks about it. So,
Clyde,
yeah, if I get to skip everything else and watch that one.
I think it's season 3, episode 4. I'm looking at here. Clyde Bruckman's Final Repose, and it was an Emmy winner, and it is incredible. One of my favorite hours of television of all time, and I don't make that kind of statement lightly. I don't say that shit. I don't praise any entertainment that highly too often, but it is one of the most fantastic episodes of TV I have ever seen. So I'm going to post it in the private chat for you guys.
Twitter, because Twitter. If you put it in the private chat, it disappears at the end of the stream.
I'll put it in the private chat, and I can add it to Twitter. I'll just do it anyway, and I hope it's going to work. Because damn, I had a son of a bitch time trying to find this damn episode. Not a lot of fun.
Well, what I usually do is I sail the high seas and I download the whole season and just watch that one episode. That's what I did with the Brady Bunch episode. I just got the whole season and just kept the one episode.
Yeah, well, the thing is, even trying to find the whole season was a pain in the ass because I kept getting, the last 4 or 5 episodes at the end of the season, and this is like at the beginning of the season. So I had to make like 3 attempts to finally find it, but I did.
And I want to answer. It's another thing too is I forget to check the private chat, and I want to respond to Sci-Fi Sit Dan's question. He says, "This may seem like a stupid question. It's not. No questions are stupid. But how long do you plan on doing the stream tonight? 4 or 5 or 6 hours? Plus, what was the longest live stream you did?" I think probably 5 hours and something is my longest stream.
I think we did close to 6 about a month ago, didn't we, Pop?
I think so, yeah. And it goes as long as we have something to talk about, or if my throat and my voice will hold up, or if people have to start leaving because I know it's late. So that's why it always varies by time. But as long as people want to keep talking, I'll keep holding the stream as long as I can.
Yeah, I think it depends on how sober and awake we are, basically, right?
Well, unfortunately,
yeah,
yeah.
And I do try.
That's a big thing.
I do try to maintain both of those things because I have learned from past mistakes.
And I apologize, Dan. I don't read the private chat very much. That's why when people say they're going to put something in the private chat, I always encourage them to send it to Twitter because even if I do check the private chat, it's so late. Like right now, I don't know if I'm going to remember.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, I usually put it in the private chat because I can't talk while you guys are talking over me. That's why.
Oh, I know, and I agree, and I apologize for that.
So I'm just curious, are you planning to do this for 5 hours, or are you planning to wrap it around 4 hours? Just curious.
Okay, 4 hours is what, 20 minutes from now?
Yeah.
I need to eat something. I haven't eaten since I don't remember what day. It was sometime, I think it was like early in the week, maybe, or
Oh,
last weekend. I don't remember.
That's a
So
while.
each night I keep saying I need to force myself to eat, and I don't do it because I don't have an appetite. But I went and bought food today. So I kept, it's like kicking myself. I've got to eat something because I keep, by the way, undergoing all this medical garbage. So that's why I don't have much of an appetite. But the thing is, it's like a vicious cycle because when I don't eat, I lose strength. And right now it's getting to where it's harder and harder just to move. And I've got to force myself to eat something tonight. And if I go on here
Yeah,
too late, I won't. If I go too late, I'll end the stream and then just go straight to my bed and crash.
well, if you need something to eat, then have PvP take over the stream for you while you mute yourself and go have something to eat.
Oh no, that's okay. I'm not going to eat while. That's rude. I'm not going to eat while I'm doing the stream.
If you
I
want to
don't.
go,
I
if you want to
usually
go,
don't. I don't. I don't. Every
if you'd
now and
like,
then.
if you'd like to go eat, Pop, I'm sure me and Nemesis and Sci-Fi could carry on the conversation for an hour.
It wouldn't make any difference if I eat now or an hour from now. I don't have an
Okay,
appetite.
it's up to you.
well, the
I,
biggest thing, Pop, is like, oh, sorry, go ahead, bud.
I was just gonna say I bought one of those whole chickens that you buy at the store that's already cooked. Because if I buy food that needs to be cooked, I always say, "Oh, forget it. I'm not in the mood. I don't feel like cooking." So to force myself, I bought one of those chickens that's already cooked, and I'm hoping to try to eat some of that tonight.
Walmart spot or Rayleigh spot?
Well, here all we have, unfortunately, is Safeway. So, but it's
Oh,
the same. It's
Yeah,
the same as like Rayleigh's.
How much
I
are those?
find that like when I was injured, that having stuff just like Ensure or something quick that I could just drink and get into my stomach was something that was
Yeah,
helpful.
I know. It's funny you mentioned that because when I was at the doctor the other day, they go, "Have you bought some Ensure?" Because they asked me how long have this you've eaten because I keep losing weight, and I said, "Well, yeah, I'd love to in a perfect world, but that shit is so goddamn expensive."
It is, but you can let it sit at room temperature and just have it there as an emergency thing.
I know. I might as
It's really helpful. I know,
It,
Pop.
it,
I know.
it, I can totally relate to Pop though, because as a bachelor, I'm really bad at not eating. Some days, and I can go days and days in a row, and I'll snack on like potato chips or something, right? Like it's not like I'm totally starving, but I'll just eat junk food, and I'm thinking, why the hell don't I cook a good meal for myself? And it's just like I just
I know.
forget,
Yeah, it sounds great.
you know.
A 3 course meal sounds wonderful, but
Well, the trouble is too, it takes a lot of effort sometimes to cook a
and
really good
time.
meal, right? And time,
yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
for me,
So
I'm hungry like maybe for the first day or so, but then after a few days, I'm just not hungry anymore. So I have
And
to force myself.
let's be honest, most of us we don't want to spend the time cooking, so we usually go the cheap route, even though we don't want to admit it.
Yeah, every now and then I don't mind actually. If I was hungry, I'm a really good cook. I'd go through the effort, like some really good homemade like spaghetti or something like that. But when you don't have an appetite, you just I don't know. It's you lose your ambition, I guess.
well, the thing is too, like my supermarket 3 blocks away from here, like it takes me 2 minutes to drive over there. They got these fantastic submarine sandwiches that are pre-made by the deli people. They're like $5, right? And there's huge buns and great ham and cheese and the whole 9 yards, right? It's like
Uh,
$5. When I think about okay, if I had to go out, well, first of all, I don't even know where I get a great bun like that because the buns are fantastic. They're enormous. And then you got to put the mayonnaise on, and you got to put the cheese on, and you got to buy the ham in the package. And, by the time you bought all the ingredients and spent like a half hour putting it all together, it's like $5 seems like kind of a good bargain, right?
yeah, I buy those when they're
No?
on sale. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, they used to be $6, and they actually reduced the price last week. Which I was like, "Wow, they reduced the price." Why,
yeah. Here
thank you.
they have those are the big ones. They're $7.99, and I'll grab them when they're on sale for like $5.99.
Now the thing is, they got. Sometimes they put out a 3 pack of three of them in a package, and they're like $12 for 3 of these things.
That's
So
not bad at all.
it's like $4 for a huge submarine sandwich. It's like, wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, for me, it would spoil before I could finish it because if I buy one sandwich, it takes me like 3 days to eat the whole thing.
That's my problem. That's why I don't usually buy 3. I'll just buy 1, and I'll devour it that night. But that'll be about it, right?
But I did buy some Cheetos that absolute desperation if I don't feel like cooking or heating something up.
Just don't forget to have with the chicken a nice side of green beans, then maybe some nice mashed potatoes with some gravy and a nice piece of bread with some butter on it. Then make sure it melts into the gravy.
You're close. You're close.
Yeah.
I have green beans and bread. I bought some dinner rolls. I don't think I'll probably cook some mashed potatoes and gravy, but I bought, and it actually I don't even like the taste of it, but I bought it because it's already made, and that's store-bought potato salad.
And Pops, and you do know what I'm doing to you right now, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm trolling you food-wise. I'm trolling you. It's just so entertaining. And try to make you more hungry. Is it working?
Not yet. I think I have to think about it. It takes a while for me to think about it.
PvP, are things like food usually a little more expensive in Canada than it is in the US? Or is it about the same price if you've been to the US shopping in the US?
Well, I haven't been down in the US in a long time, ever since 9/11. We used to be able to cross the border just with our birth certificates. But ever since then, you got to have like a passport and all that shit. And I ain't going to spend like $60 on a passport just to cross the border, because I've been in the US a number of times before that, and it's great, but I don't really feel the need to go to the US ever again, personally. I don't know about food prices. I think inflation has gotten bad for everybody around the world, it seems.
Yeah.
Because, well, let's put it this way. I used to be able to buy, I'm just looking at an empty container. I've just been eating some potato chips in. Riser's gourmet red potato salad. I'm looking at 1.81 kilogram. It's a large tub. I used to buy this stuff for about $7, say $6.99 for one of these. You know what the price they want now is? They want $12.49.
Of course.
For the same fucking thing, right? So it's almost double. And that seems to be the way a lot of groceries have gone. It's just like they blame it on inflation, but it's like, oh, I love you supermarket chains. You know, you love us customers only in the way if you can bend us over, right?
Well, the way it works is if inflation goes up 10%, they raise the prices by 20%.
Oh, it's nuts. It is totally nuts.
I have to ask you, PvP. I've heard about for the longest time. I haven't tried it, but that you being from Canada, and I think Nemesis, you're from Canada too, right?
I believe he is.
Poutine with fries. How is it?
Poutine. I have never had
with
poutine.
Cheese curds.
I've never had
What?
poutine.
Oh, Jesus Christ, bro! Have some poutine. It's incredible, Pop. It's fantastic. It's one of those.
Had poutine.
Yeah, well, you're missing out, bro. Like
But
it's fantastic. It's as simple and fattening as it sounds. It's
It
cheese
looks
curds
delicious.
melted on fries.
It's
Yeah, it
basically-
looks delicious with brown gravy.
What I've
Oh,
always
dude,
read
it's so
is
good.
it's fries with brown gravy and cheese curds on top. So yeah,
You're right.
it
Well,
sounds great. I
being
guess in
here, honestly,
my part of
being
Western
here-
Canada, it's just not a big thing out here.
well, being here, you can't even find cheese curds where I'm at. I've never, ever in my entire lifetime, ever seen them for sale. I know that Gorilla can get them in Minnesota, but me being from the West Coast, I've never seen them.
If I knew a restaurant around here that actually served that, I would go there and try it. But I can't think of any place that actually serves it here.
I mean, Wendy's technically does. It's shitty, but it's a close facsimile.
I don't want shitty though. I want good, right?
Well, I mean, that's fair. Then,
Let's put
and
it
once
this
again, I
way.
don't know anything around your area.
Well, yeah, I'm in the interior of BC, so I mean it's the biggest city, but that doesn't mean it's like we're not like the metropolis. If I was in Vancouver, I'm sure I could find a fantastic restaurant with it, but I'm not in Vancouver. I'm in the interior, so. You know.
Well, let me ask you, Nemesis, cheese curds, what's the difference between them and like chunk of cheese? Like, you know, if you just took some cheese and cut it up in chunks.
It's the process in which it's formed, I believe, Pop. I don't actually genuinely know, to be honest. It's something I would have to research.
I know it looks really, really good.
It
And-
is. It is.
And I don't care about health. Like I said, I've got to gain weight anyway.
Oh, dude, it would be perfect for you.
Pops, do you know any good sci-fi horror movies that may pique my interest? I mean, I've seen Alien, but do you know any others that might pique my interest given my background?
I'd like to be able to cover time crimes on my stream, but it's subtitled, and there's some people that don't like subtitled movies. And it's a
Well,
shame.
We just watched Train to Busan last week, which was awesome.
Yeah, that was a good movie. It was.
I feel like zombies,
Right, and Time Crimes is one that none of you guys have heard of, and it's a really good movie. Spanish, so it's got English subtitles.
Yeah.
Honestly, there are English dub versions, but I don't know if I could sink that low.
I think I may have misjudged horror. How should I put this? I don't care for gory horror, but if it's a little gore in a horror movie, I don't mind it. That's how I am.
Well, here's the gauge. What do you feel about the Evil Dead movies?
I think I've seen one, but beyond that, I haven't really seen them.
Okay, well, that's fine. Adam Gray says Return of the Living Dead is fantastic. Oh, I read that, I think.
I
This
highly
is a pod you
recommend
can vote.
Evil Dead. Evil Dead 2 and 3 are really great. I would highly recommend those, actually, if you haven't seen them.
So they're actually, in the few cases where the sequel is just as good as the original?
Well,
or
the
better?
thing is, the original film is much more gory than the two sequels, but it's
And
like
it's
the
more
second film
serious
is-
horror.
The second film isn't totally a sequel because it does recap a lot of the first film in like the first 10 minutes or so. So you
Well-
kind of get the backstory, which is fine. So you kind of get all you need to know to enjoy the second movie. And the second movie is, I think, probably the best of the three. But the third one is awesome too. So I would recommend the second and third Evil Dead films.
I recommend all
The
three.
third
I think
one's
it'd be a shame to miss the first one.
Bruce Campbell is a
Yeah.
genius in those films too, by the way.
Yep.
Oh, he's
Absolute genius.
fantastic.
He's
Was there a
incredible.
TV show about that too? Was there a TV show about
He
that?
did. Yeah, they
Ash
did
versus the Evil Dead.
Ash versus Evil
Right,
Dead.
and the
I
third,
think it was
the
3
third,
seasons.
right, the third season sucked liquid ass.
I only have the DVD for season 1, so I haven't watched the Liquid Ass one.
I only saw a couple episodes of it, and it wasn't fantastic.
Oh, the
I'm
first-
dropping.
First season was
I've dropped a
great,
few
actually.
links in the chat for the streams here, Pop. The first one was for The Howling. The next two
Oh,
are for
thank you.
Evil Dead 2. You're welcome. So yeah, definitely check those out if you haven't seen them already.
I did
Thank
like
you.
season 1 though, Nemesis. I thought it followed faithfully. I thought the films. And Bruce Campbell once again was hilarious in that.
Yeah, I love Bruce Campbell. Another movie I want to cover on my stream is Bubba Hotep.
I have not seen that one. There's another one I need to watch. Damn
It's
it!
an
I've heard of
amazing
it.
movie. Amazing. I would say the pinnacle of his career.
Is that the one there was like some Elvis thing or something?
Yes, he plays Elvis.
Okay, I remember it then.
And he fights a mummy.
Oh my
Lemon
god,
Pie
Elvis
says-
versus mummies. I love it.
That's
already.
right. Lemon Pie says, I can get curds at the store here. You're very, very lucky. See, I'm from the West Coast and California. All this health kick and shit. I mean, they've got broccoli on pizza and all this crap. So, like some things I've never been able to find are like curd, hush puppies, stuff like that. Never had them.
Why
always
the hell
wanted to
would
try
you want to
them.
why would you want to put broccoli on a fucking pizza?
Ask the idiots in San Francisco. I don't know.
That's weird, man.
Well, they pay $40 for a bowl of ramen noodles.
I got like 12 packages of them in the damn
I know.
kitchen here because the food bank. Yeah, I go to the food bank once a month and they keep loading me up those goddamn ramen noodles. I did find a great YouTube video though. It's like do a ramen noodle lasagna, put those suckers in the bottom, and then pour all the meat and the meat and all the sauce on top. And they were saying like, actually, this was really good. So I'm actually probably going to give it a try tomorrow night.
They're very versatile. There's a lot of things you could do with them to add other things.
I figure, what the hell? It's either that or just like let them sit in the cupboard till they go prehistoric or whatever.
Well, they do last forever. They're dehydrated.
But
Lemon Pie says, I'm in Texas. I can get lard. Lard I have seen. Lemon Pie says the hard stuff. Yeah, I've seen buckets of lard. And the reason why is being from the West Coast, we have a lot of Mexicans here, and they need lard for their tamales.
the only time I need to think about lard is when I look at my backside.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the
Oh,
butt
man.
of your own joke, huh?
Oh boy, that was a fat joke.
Well, I'm fat
Oh,
too.
The funny thing was, one of my best friends used to make fat jokes about me all the time, and he passed away like 10 years ago, and I'm still kicking. So go
Yeah, of
figure.
course you outlive
Because
him. Yeah, that'll
he
teach
was
him.
skinny, right? So
Right.
so like, got you, buddy.
I do. I think I'm going to wrap this up in a few minutes, which gives us. Oh, we just lost Nemesis. I hope you can come back, Nemesis. I was just going to ask. I'm going to go. I usually go clockwise. Dan, would you like to share anything with us about your channel before we call this a night?
Well, you guys probably heard this before, but I'm mainly a sci-fi fan. I'm a Star Wars fan, and I also cover Star Wars, Stargate, SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis, and then Star Trek. The first 6 movies. I watched all the movies. Episodes 2, 4, and First Contact are my favorite.
Uh-huh.
And then I have watched Battlestar Galactica 2003, the TV show as well, in the miniseries, and I went with it.
Okay, I had to ask, have you seen the original Battlestar Galactica from the 70s?
Sadly, no.
Okay, go ahead.
Continue. And I watched Far Escape, a oddly weird yet entertaining sci-fi TV show from the 90s to early 2000s.
Okay.
And I am a Transformers fan, but only a certain era of Transformers I'm a fan of. That's called Line Continuity. They had a TV show from I think 2009 to 2012. It's a good show if you guys want to check it out. And it's a cartoon show too, but it has a pretty good mature theme to it too. There are some dark elements to it. Some elements are not kid friendly. And I plan to do a live stream tomorrow on 4 to 7 Pacific time. If any of you are available to check it out or to just drop in to say hi, that'd be great. Beyond that, that's all I have to say on my part.
Well, I appreciate you coming in and spending the evening with us, Dan.
And whose train is in the background?
Me. Now, PvP, what would you like to share about your channel?
Is he still there?
Maybe he stepped away. How about you, Nemesis?
Yeah, so I do right now Skullgirls Mobile and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. So if you're into fighting games or Yu-Gi-Oh!, definitely check me out. I also do reviews with Pop Culture Curator here on Tuesday nights. And I'm also I'm just a part of the general community and whatnot. So yeah, definitely please check me out. Would love to have you as a subscriber. Working my way up there. And yeah, thank you so much to everyone tonight. Pop, PvP, Sci-Fi.
Thank you,
Lemon, everyone in the chat, Cody Guy.
How far along are you in subs?
That doesn't really matter.
Well, I'm just seeing if you have more than I do. I got 114 roughly.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm bad at counting my subs. I never remember.
Just want to see if
right?
Just want to see if there's anyone on this round that has smaller sub amount than I do to not make me feel insignificant.
Well, that might be PvP. He hasn't really done any live streams yet.
No, I just do music playlists.
PvP
I actually put one up live today, so you guys can check it out if you would like.
We're gonna be closing the stream PvP. Is there anything you want to add about your channel?
Not much. I just put that new Power Pop second playlist up today with 25 songs by a
Nice.
bunch of bands, and that's about it. Actually, nothing much going on. So yeah.
Okay. Then is there anything you guys want to add before we close the stream?
No, that's about it. Unless we add a last minute topic to this talk.
And I don't know if I can stay up much longer. And I can already tell. I think I'm just going to go to bed.
Well, in that case,
I'll say the same thing I've been saying all week. I'll try to eat something tomorrow.
well, in that case,
Well, I mean, do whatever you can, buddy. Like it's
I know.
you do you. Like, but we crack open those Cheetos if you have to.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Pop, did you want me to put that X-Files a link into the which one on Twitter do you want? Do you want me to put in the stream
Personal
posting group?
message on personal DM.
On your DM. Okay, I just wanted to double check.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pop.
I appreciate that, PvP. And I want to also thank everybody in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here and being patient. I know I was really late reading the chat tonight, and I apologize for that. I usually try not to do that, and I try to read every chat. If for some reason I missed yours, please shout it out, let me know, and I'll make sure to cover it next time, I promise. And especially, excuse me, most of all, everybody on the panel, thank you guys. You guys did great tonight, and it was great. We had a lot of subjects to cover in the last, was it 3 or 4 hours?
yes, and as you saw from my chats with you, my list of subjects is very what's the phrase? Very
Expensive
or diverse, in other words.
Diverse. I hate that word now. It doesn't mean what it used to mean, but no offense, I do know, and I understand what you mean.
I think diverse used to mean like varied and extensive.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, varied.
Now it's political, right?
Now it's anti-white.
Yeah, seems like it.
But yeah,
we're
okay.
responsible for all the evil in the world, right, Pop?
Absolutely. But thank you, everybody in the chat and everyone on the panel.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it was. Please stay warm, and if you work tomorrow, drive safe. And if I don't see you sooner, I will see you guys. I'll be on the Lost in Space stream Monday night.
We'll see you guys probably sometime the next week. So have a good one, guys.
Stay healthy and safe, Pops.
Thank you.
I'll see you. And I'll see you all again very soon. And yeah, thanks for having me on, Pop. I really appreciate it. You did awesome as well tonight, buddy.
Yeah, you're always awesome, Pop.
Thank you, Nemesis, for being able to stop by. And I will get the post on my community tab first thing in the morning for the sci-fi stream, I promise. And I'll put a link to the movie. Good night, everybody. Take care.